कंडक्शन आप वहां से ऑडियो डायरेक्टली अपने इनर ईयर के थ्रू सुन सकते हैं. So you can give them a try and then pair the earphones with the TV so that आप directly जो TV में dialogues हैं उनको आप सुन सकते हैं. But sadly, as of now in Android TV, we don't have any such feature of live.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Right, we're getting some breaking news at this moment. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reviewed the situation in Jammu and Kashmir after a spate of attacks. What we are hearing at this moment, the Prime Minister has also spoken with the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. Manoj Sinha, and has reviewed the situation. Remember, there have been 4 attacks in the last 4 days in Jammu and Kashmir, including that on a pilgrim's bus, which was in which 9 people died and more than 30 others were injured. All right, let me go across to my colleague Neeta, who's joining us with more details at this moment. Neeta, important review there by the Prime Minister. What has been, in fact, the broad talking points, and what have been the kind of preparations that the government now is doing to deal with these increasing attacks? Meeting on the Jammu and Kashmir situation. Remember, there has been incidents of terror attacks since June 9th in Jammu and Kashmir, and now orders to the security establishment are to deploy full spectrum of our counter-terror capabilities, is what we've been told. The Prime Minister also spoke to the Lieutenant Governor. Neeta, just give our viewers some details of what we are learning of the kind of review that this was, and now what changes on the ground as far as the security apparatus is concerned.
As far as the review is concerned, the Prime Minister chaired the meeting, the Union Home Minister was there, the National Security Advisor was there. Apparently, the Prime Minister also spoke to the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha. Ankit, we need to understand that how theatre of terror has shifted from north of Pir Panjal to the south of Pir Panjal. Earlier, Pulwama, Shopian and Anantnag were the hotbeds, but now terror has shifted its address, and now Riyasi, Doda and Kathua, these are the places where attacks are taking place. In last couple of years, if we talk about, when we spoke to senior officers, they say last decade or so saw a decline in militancy as far as this area is concerned, and that is the reason why the forces were thinned down. Then there was also this charcha that some of the forces were pulled out when Galwan clashes had taken place. Forces were also posted out there. This region was seen as a peaceful region. So obviously the kind of backup that you needed as far as the security parameters are concerned, the security grids is concerned, that was not there. As far as Kashmir is concerned, you have a said map, you have a said, all the arrangements are there in place each time attack takes place. You have a said drill. But as far as Jammu region was concerned, the attacks are also, taking place as many as 100 kilometers away. So even to rush forces was taking a time. That's the reason why now it has been decided to upgrade the security grid in this region and upgrade the security parameters. Mind you, the Supreme Court of India has also asked Jammu and Kashmir administration that assembly election should take place in Jammu and Kashmir before September 2024, and this month itself the Amarnath Yatra is going to start from June 29th, and it's going to go for 52 days. So it's a long period of time, and Amarnath Yatra is obviously going to move from one district to another district, and that's the reason why they are, the security grid is being strengthened as far as the Jammu leg of the Pir Panjal is concerned, that's the area where these terrorists are striking. They're striking at will. The input suggests that there was a group of 12 terrorists who had sneaked in last 15 odd days. We have seen in last 4 days, 4 big terror incidents have taken place as far as Jammu region is concerned. Ankit?
Stay on with me, Neeta. Let me also bring in Nazir Masoodi, our colleague who is joining us from Srinagar. Nazir, in fact, these increasing terror attacks right after the formation of the new government clearly present a challenge to the administration there. How is the administration responding to this?
Well, there have been, certain contingency measures are being taken to deal with this situation, but the problem is more complex than it may appear on the ground, just the attacks. Because you have to see the timing, be the places where these attacks have taken place. Manning these places needs large number of troops, and when you put large number of troops in the hinterland, then the security at the line of control or line of actual control is also then has to be factored in. It was actually the way, if you remember Galwan incident. After Galwan incident, a large number of troops, one division of army had to be pulled out from Poonch Rajouri and deployed in the eastern Ladakh. But when there were attacks last year, series of attacks in Poonch and Rajouri, one more division had to be brought in. So it's not just the internal security; it has a larger implication. Whatever is happening in Jammu and Kashmir, particularly in this region, which is a massive region, which has communal fault lines, which they want to send a message. Otherwise, look, it's not just overnight development that these militants have come. They have started carrying out attacks. It needs lot of, logistical support. It needs people to get into the area, to acclimatize them, and to carry out recce before carrying out such attacks. For example, yesterday in Doda, 2 attacks within 24 hours. One attack on army base, second attack on police picket in 2 different areas. Whatever sources tell us, at least 2 to 3 groups are Pakistani. They are operating in Doda district, which is really a huge worry for the security establishment and also the larger political structure in Jammu and Kashmir as well. It's not just about its implications on the assembly election or the Amarnath Yatra, but the implication could be much bigger, given the fact that how things have shaped along the line of control or along the line of actual control in Jammu and Kashmir. That's why you see, after these attacks, Prime Minister himself reviewing the security situation. In fact, he did this on day 1 when Riyasi attack took place, when Yatris were targeted. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha said that Prime Minister himself, which we have reported, Prime Minister himself monitoring the situation, and so is Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah. So it is a very, very serious development, whatever is happening over the last 4 days in Jammu and Kashmir, 4 attacks in 4 days, that too with the areas which are very, very important, which have communal fault lines, which has strategic incompetence, and its overall impact on the larger security situation, not just in the internal security, but situation along the line of control and line of actual control.
Nazir, thanks for joining us with all those details. Neeta, before I let you go, in fact, the Home Minister was also part of this meeting. And, we are talking about these attacks, in fact, increasing just few days or weeks, in fact, before the Amarnath Yatra starts. In that aspect, it is going to be a bigger challenge for the security forces to ensure that the Amarnath Yatra goes without any incident.
Absolutely. After a long period of time, pilgrims have been attacked. These pilgrims, what Nazir was also mentioning in Riyasi, they were coming after darshan from a Shiv Khori temple and were proceeding towards Mata Vaishno Devi's, darshan. And that's the area when they were attacked. Now that has raised alarm bells as far as the security establishment is also concerned, Ankit, because Amarnath Yatra moves from one district to another district. In fact, Jammu region, many pilgrims come from many parts like Haryana, Punjab, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra. They gather in Jammu region, and by road they go from Jammu region to Srinagar and then onwards to Baltal or Pahalgam. So to secure each and every pilgrim in the entire route is going to be a humongous task for security forces. Already, deployments are being done when the elections were taking place. Huge number of deployment was there done, but now they are being redeployed, keeping in mind that the Amarnath Yatra has to start from June 29th. Ankit?
Right. Thank you for joining us with all those details, Neeta, Nazir, on this very important story. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Education Minister backs the testing agency. Dharmendra Pradhan says no information of paper leaks. Supreme Court has ordered a re-examination for some students. Congress demands judicial probe and also the sacking of the NTA chief. Supreme Court orders re-examination in the Neet grace marks issue. The re-examination has been ordered for over 1,500 students. In the sensational Karnataka murder case, actor Daran, who has been named as one of the accused, the NDTV has accessed remand copy in which it says that the deceased was tied, locked up and beaten with sticks. New Aviation Minister Naidu says will review the airfares. He says priority is to bring down the airfares.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Now to the sensational case, in fact, which has shaken the Kannada film industry with the arrest of leading actor from the industry, Darshan, and his partner, Pavitra, in the murder case. The interrogation of actor Darshan is underway. Chilling details have emerged from the murder investigation against Darshan. Remand copy details, which NDTV has accessed, details how, in fact, the deceased Renuka Swamy was allegedly sent, who allegedly sent lewd messages to actor Pavitra Gaura, was tied to a rope and beaten up with wooden sticks by Darshan and his associates. So till yesterday, the speculation on whether, in fact, this man was directly involved or was it just part of the conspiracy. At least the remand copy says that the actor was himself involved in beating this man up, who later died, and his body was dumped somewhere in Bengaluru, which the police is investigating at this moment. His body was recovered, and the investigation of the case, in fact, went at the doorsteps of Darshan and Pavitra Gaura. Remember, 13 people so far have been arrested by the police, including the actor, and both the actors, Darshan and Pavitra Gaura. And apart from that, yesterday they were taken to the crime spot to recreate the sequence of events. Right, my colleague Radhika now joins us with more details on this. Radhika, sensational case at this moment. It has shaken not only the film industry but the fans alike of the actor. These details are quite gruesome, isn't it? And clearly, they clearly outline the role that the actor played.
Absolutely gruesome murder, of course, sensational revelations coming out as far as the involvement of actor Darshan in this case is concerned. 13 people have been arrested so far, including Darshan as well as his partner. I'm at the spot where the man, Renuka Swamy, was allegedly beaten to death. This is the shed, of course. This has been shut by the police. There was heavy deployment some time back. Of course, it's raining here. But at this point, there's barricading right outside this shed. This is where the man, Renuka Swamy, was taken, and which is where he was assaulted, beaten to death. And later, his body was taken out of here and dumped inside a drain, which is just barely 2 to 3 kilometers away from here. We are also being given to understand that it was not just those 11 people, including aides of Darshan, who were there, but also Darshan himself apparently was here, and he, in fact, allegedly tortured this man. He was beaten to death using a stick. He was tied with a rope, Renuka Swamy, and after which, of course, he dropped dead, and he was, in fact, his body was taken from here and dumped in a drain. So this is the spot where the incident took place in the wee hours on 9th, after which, of course, this place has been completely barricaded. Several witnesses here, including the owner of this particular shed, were questioned by the police. So at this point, of course, 6 days of custody to all the accused, including Darshan and his partner. They are being interrogated and questioned. Police, of course, trying to understand the circumstances leading to death, the exact motive. Is it really the message, the alleged offensive message sent by the victim that enraged the actor and led him to take this extreme step, or was it something more? Financial transactions being checked, CCTV recordings being checked, all the other forensic evidence being examined, phones also being examined in order to understand the exact circumstances and sequence of the events leading to this tragic murder of Renuka Swamy.
Right. In fact, Pratibha, as the police investigation continues, what's next? Is the police also then going to charge Darshan with 302? Because at least the details say that he was actively involved in beating up the man who died, the victim.
That's right. That's what the police investigations say, that he was, in fact, allegedly involved in the beating up of the man, torturing him to death. But whether that led to his death, was he just involved in the conspiracy? All that is a matter of investigation. Also, there are certain CCTV evidence that are also being examined at this point, including the CCTV that showed 2 cars leaving from this particular spot, which also included Darshan's vehicle. Apart from that, there is a CCTV which also showed Renuka Swamy in a pharmacy, in his pharmacy in Chitradurga, which was just a few days before the alleged murder happened. So police at this point, of course, looking at all the angles, including what kind of conversation happened between Darshan and his fellow mates, including his other fans as well as his aides, also trying to understand, what kind of financial transaction happened, what instructions were given. His chats and his other social media posts are being checked and examined at this point. CCTV evidence also being collected, and several family members and friends of Darshan and Pavitra are being questioned to understand the sequence leading up to the death. So what exactly is his involvement, and how serious was his involvement in this case? Was he present, and for how long he was present on that fateful night? And whether he did assault this man, as being said by several of the sources, is a matter of investigation.
Right.
And evidence in connection to that is being collected.
Thank you for joining us with all those details. Radhika, my colleague, joining, in fact, reporting from Bengaluru on this big story. Moving on, at least 5 people have been killed and 5 others are injured in an explosion at a manufacturing factory in Damna. The team, in fact, police is saying that there are teams, in fact, which are reaching the spot of this explosion. So, tragic news coming in from Nagpur, where 5 people have died and 5 others have been injured in an explosion at a manufacturing factory. Parched, my colleague, joins us with more details at this moment. Parched, just give our viewers the detail. What is the initial assessment? What kind of a factory was this? And what are you hearing from the administration?
Right, this is a very unfortunate event which has happened in Nagpur. It was a private gunpowder manufacturing company in which this following incident has happened. Explosion in a gunpowder company in Nagpur, Maharashtra. According to the Nagpur police, 4 to 5 people have died and many people are injured. According to the sources, the death toll are much higher than what the Nagpur police is saying right now. But there are normal situation where because of there's some issue inside the manufacturing company, this fire broke out, and after that the blast has happened inside the gunpowder company in Nagpur. So there are many things which has to become in light after the whole investigation took place. So now, right now, Nagpur police is investigating into this entire matter. The police commissioner of Nagpur is also at the spot and trying to see all the situation, what has happened. We can see in the visuals that NCP senior leader Anil Deshmukh is also there. So entire matter is very serious. What has happened today in Nagpur. Nagpur police is trying to investigate the exact thing what has happened at the manufacturing company.
Thank you, Parched, for joining us with all those details. Meanwhile, Union Minister NDTV's Ram Mohan Naidu, who has taken charge as the new Aviation Minister, the youngest in the Modi Cabinet 3.0, says that the focus of the government will be to increase the ease of travel and comfort of the passengers. He also said that more airports will be opened in Telangana. The new Aviation Minister has also promised to review airfares. He said that we'll keep a check on the airfares. Listen in.
Well, definitely, I really can't decide on one decision to bring down the prices. But like I'm saying, it is a very important issue today. My whole intention is to make air travel reach to the common man. And it has happened over 10 years. There have been Udan scheme that has come up. Modi ji has also said, Hawai Chappal se Hawai Jahaz tak. So I want to make it a reality for that. For that, prices have to be affordable. Now the market scenarios or the other external factors, COVID, so a lot of different factors have made in improving the prices. So we have to sit down, the department has to sit down, and whenever that thing is happening, my intention or my priority would be from the people of this country that to bring down the prices, and I would sit down with that point of view.
Quick break at this moment. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiry.
On the ongoing Delhi water crisis, there is no end to the blame game between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. The BJP once again has blamed the Aam Aadmi Party for this crisis. The BJP today, in fact, charged the Aam Aadmi Party of playing politics to hide their failures. In a twist in the Supreme Court, a battle over the Delhi spiraling water crisis, now Himachal Pradesh government has said it does not have surplus water to send to the national capital a day after the hill state said it had released water for Delhi and the supply needs to go through Haryana. The Supreme Court had directed Himachal Pradesh government to release 137 cubic of surplus water to the national capital and told the Haryana government to facilitate the flow. The court had said the drinking water shortage has become an existential problem in the national capital. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party's Minister Atishi has appealed for more water from Haryana and Himachal Pradesh. She said that even though the multiple teams are involved in making sure water is not wasted, she has gone on to say these steps, however, are not enough and more water needs to be released from Haryana and Himachal Pradesh to help solve the issue in the peak of the summer. The BJP, meanwhile, has hit out and has said that the Aam Aadmi Party is responsible for this crisis.
Ma'am, today, the Delhi government has filed a status report and there they have said that they cannot take action on the water mafia because it is happening on the side of Haryana. What do you have to say?
Mere absolute excuses. I say this with tremendous amount of responsibility. It appears that from what Atishi ji said today in the press, it seems as if she was justifying the presence of the illegal tanker mafia in Delhi. I want to know, it almost seems as if they are in cahoots with the illegal tanker mafia. The Aam Aadmi Party government had filed a petition before the Honorable Supreme Court of India and Supreme Court came down heavily on them. Supreme Court asked them, what are they doing about the water wastage in Delhi? They are doing nothing. 40% of water in Delhi gets wasted because of desiccating infrastructure of the Delhi Jal Board. The Aam Aadmi Party government has been governing Delhi for now a decade, but they have not paid attention to the infrastructure of Delhi Jal Board at all. Supreme Court also scolded them on the operation of the illegal tanker mafia, and the Aam Aadmi Party only had a string of excuses and nothing more.
टैंकर माफिया पे बिल्कुल लगाम कसी जानी चाहिए, चाहे वो हरियाणा के बॉर्डर के पार है, चाहे दिल्ली के अगर इस पार है तो हम हरियाणा पुलिस से भी कहेंगे, दिल्ली पुलिस से भी कहेंगे लगाम कसे, लेकिन उससे समस्या का समाधान नहीं होगा। इसलिए हमारा सुप्रीम कोर्ट से भी आग्रह है, आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी हियरिंग है कि वो हरियाणा और हिमाचल के माध्यम से मात्र अगले 20 दिन के लिए, अभी दिल्ली लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए कोई सोल्यूशन नहीं चाह रही है, अगले 20 दिन की हीट वेव के लिए हम चाहते हैं कि हमें एडिशनल पानी मिले कि दिल्ली वालों की परेशानी
as you're rightly mentioning, in fact, the blame game over the water scarcity here in the national capital continues between both of the governments, be it the Delhi government or the Haryana government. In fact, let me tell you that today a status report was filed by the Delhi government in the Supreme Court where in fact it has said that it cannot take action on the tanker mafias for the water theft that is happening because all of that is happening on the side of Haryana. So basically, yesterday we did see how the Supreme Court had pulled up the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government and asked them that why no action has been taken on the tanker mafia so far. On that, today they have replied that they cannot take action because this is happening on the side of the Haryana border. So, but certainly, when we reported from the Munnak Canal yesterday, Divya, we did see that it was happening on the Bhavana area where the Munnak Canal is there. Tankers trying to steal the water from the canal, illegally trying to take the water from the canal, after which Lieutenant Governor has also in fact given strict directions to the Delhi police officials to maintain, to do a monitoring around the area. Now, certainly apart from that, as you rightly mentioned, we just heard the, Water Minister Atashi as well. She said, that Delhi needs excess water, especially looking at the heat wave condition that is in fact, going to persist for at least for next 20 days. But the Haryana government on the other side says that it has been releasing water. In fact, it has been releasing more water than what it has been asked to do. So, certainly both of the governments continue to lock horns over this. But one question that we continue to raise here is that Atashi is saying, that the teams have been deployed to look into the water wastage, but we are still reporting over the water wastage, leakages in the pipelines from across the city, and yet no teams that were spotted around the area to come and check on the leakages. So that is something that the questions are going to be raised on the Delhi government and also the officials who are deployed to do that job. Over to you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हों या consoles हों, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting market.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the news you need to know. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Concern over multiple terror attacks in Jammu with 4 attacks in 4 days. The Prime Minister speaks to NSA and Home Minister. He reviews the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir, tells the officials use full counter-terror capabilities. On the Neet row, the Education Minister backs the testing agency, says there's no information on paper leaks and says the Supreme Court has endorsed a retest for over 1,500 students who were given grace marks. However, the Congress demands a judicial probe in the Neet row and asks for the sacking of the NTA chief. Will the centre crack the whip on airfare fluctuation as the new Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu takes charge, says priority to bring down fares and the consumers' ease of travel is our top priority. In the murder case involving actor Darshan, NDTV accesses the remand copy and says the deceased was tied and locked up, beaten with sticks. The Kannada actor Darshan had also beaten the victim. He even offered 3 men to take the blame, offering them 5 lakhs for the cover-up. In the Delhi water crisis, a blame game and U-turns. No extra water to share with Delhi is what the Himachal Pradesh government has now told the Supreme Court. This as the government tells the Supreme Court that Haryana are responsible for water theft, and the BJP says Delhi government doing politics to hide their failures. NCP versus the RSS over the Maharashtra debacle. NCP responds to the RSS mouthpiece charge over the poor showing in the recent elections. Praful Patel says no rift in the BJP-NCP, working as one. The organizer says allying with Ajit Pawar reduced the BJP's brand value. All right, let's get you the latest now on the Neet controversy, the medical entrance examination over which protests have been held in different parts of the country, in Kolkata and in Delhi as well. Now, the opposition has been demanding the sacking of the NTA boss and also the Supreme Court monitored committee to look into the entire controversy surrounding the medical entrance examination as well as a CBI probe. But the Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan has backed the testing agency and said that there's no information of paper leaks. That's also one of the allegations that has been made. But the major controversy has been over the issue of the grace marks that were given to over 1,500 students who had missed time during the examination. Now the Supreme Court has ordered a re-exam for those students. So Dharmendra Pradhan saying that with re-examination ordered for those 1,563 students, that there's no more any confusion and that the entire issue has been resolved with this re-examination of the students who got those controversial grace marks for having missed some time during the exam, and they missed that time because they were given the wrong question paper. But the Congress and allies are demanding a full probe into the entire Neet controversy.
देखो पेपर लीक की हमारे पास कोई जानकारी नहीं है। मैंने उस रीट पिटीशन को अनुध्यान कराया, कोई भी एक भी जगह पे प्रमाण नहीं है। एक एलिगेशन पेपर लीक हुआ है, कहाँ है प्रमाण हुआ है? एक दो चीजों की न्यूज आइटम पे अगर प्रमाण आधारित होता है तब कोर्ट उसको विचार करेगी, सरकार अपना पक्ष रखेगी और कोर्ट में 8 जुलाई को चर्चा भी होगी। मेरे जितना जानकारी है, नीट एक कॉम्पिटेंट एग्जामिनेशन करने वाला अथॉरिटी बन चुकी है। ये जो 3 प्रेस्टिजियस परीक्षा होते हैं, नीट, जेई और सीयूईटी, इसमें से देश की 50 लाख से ज्यादा स्टूडेंट्स की हर एक साल अभी एग्जामिनेशन हो रहा है। विश्वसनीयता बढ़ी है, इसलिए आने वाले दिनों में सारे प्रकार की शंका संशय को दूर करने के लिए और पारदर्शिता लिया जाएगा और जो लोग उसमें कहीं ना कहीं एक आधा जगह पे कुछ गड़बड़ी करने का कोशिश कर भी रहे होंगे, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई भी लिया जाएगा और सुप्रीम कोर्ट की जो लार्जर प्रश्न सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने है, सरकार अपना मत उसमें से स्पष्ट रखेगी।
We believe that no inquiry can be a just and fair and comprehensive inquiry if the inquiry is headed by the NTA themselves. The NTA chairperson should be removed from his post. The Congress party believes that the BJP government's attitude towards the ongoing demand for an inquiry into the NEET exam is irresponsible and insensitive. We demand a Supreme Court monitored investigation into this entire scandal which has affected around 24 lakh students.
இன்னைக்கு முதலமைச்சர் அவங்களுடைய அலுவலகத்திலையும் இங்கே நடந்த குழப்படிகள் பற்றி எடுத்து சொல்லியிருக்கோம். ஆனால் பொதுவாகவே நீட் தேர்வுகள் ரத்து செய்யப்பட வேண்டும் என்பதுதான் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தின் கொள்கையாக இருக்கு. ஒவ்வொரு பிரச்சனையும் தனித்தனியாக நம்ம எடுத்துட்டு சரி செய்வதை விட முற்றிலுமாக நீட் தேர்வுகள் நிறுத்தப்பட வேண்டும் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் நம்மளுடைய கொள்கை. ஆனால் அதுக்கான முயற்சிகளை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் செய்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். ஆனால் இங்கே நடந்திருக்கக்கூடிய பிரச்சனைக்கு நிச்சயமாக ஏதாவது ஒரு வழியிலே அங்கே பாதிக்கப்பட்ட மாணவர்களுக்கும் பெற்றவர்களுக்கும் நியாயம் கிடைப்பதற்கு வழிவகை செய்வோம்.
All right, so a massive controversy with students protesting, now a solution from the Supreme Court. The Education Minister saying that this should resolve the issue. Re-examination has been ordered for those people who were awarded the controversial grace marks. But it's also a huge political controversy with the, opposition criticizing the government, asking for a probe into the entire matter. To talk more about this, we're joined by Arshpreet Karyal, national spokesperson of the Congress, Rajalakshmi Joshi, political analyst, someone who supports the BJP, Salem Dharani Dharan, a national spokesperson of the DMK, and Ranbir Singh Pathania, a lawyer, also supports the BJP. Well, let's go across first to Arshpreet Karyal. The Education Minister saying, Dharmendra Pradhan saying, that now the Supreme Court has agreed to their, their solution, that the 1,500 plus people who had got the grace marks, that those grace marks be taken away and they can then go in for a re-examination. So he says there is no paper leak and this issue of the grace marks has been resolved, so there should be no controversy now.
No, that's not how things work. We don't know the reason as to why so many students in the first place were awarded grace marks. And it's not just a couple of students that have been given these grace marks. There are thousands of students. And this issue has impacted and adversely affected 24 lakh families, 24 lakh students. And despite that, Mr. Modi hasn't uttered a single word, as if the Prime Minister is not bothered by it, as if the Prime Minister does not care about the 24 lakh families that have been affected because of this. And this goes on to suggest that the BJP government's attitude is irresponsible, and they have zero empathy, zero sympathy for all these families that are suffering because of this. And second of all, how can the Bharatiya Janata Party and Mr. Pradhan be judge, jury and executioner if the inquiry hasn't happened yet? How can you say there was no paper leak? That is for the inquiry to decide. That is for the investigation agency to decide. And that's why we have demanded a Supreme Court monitored probe so that we can get to the depth of the problem. And third, and the important point is that the Bharatiya Janata Party and Mr. Modi, they are busy attending oath-taking ceremonies, are busy going on foreign trips, and this goes on to suggest that their priorities are in order. Students, lakhs of families at the bottom, and oath-taking ceremonies and trips are at the top. Then as the results, they came on the 4th of June of the exam, and on the same date, the election results were also announced. Was it kept for a reason so that the election results would eclipse the exam results, and so that nobody would pay attention to that, nobody would focus upon that, and the wrong can continue to happen? I mean, the BJP, instead of being instead of being active and instead of ordering an inquiry, is trying to brush things under the carpet. We want to know why.
Joshi, your response to that, the demand for a CBI inquiry, the demand for a Supreme Court monitored committee to also look into these entire issue, because this involves, lakhs of students, 24 lakh students took this exam, and we can't be having this kind of a confusion with such a, prestigious examination. Yes, Rajalakshmi, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Yes. Was that for me?
Yes.
Can you just repeat what you were asking?
I was saying your response to the Congress's demand that that there be the CBI investigation or a Supreme Court monitored committee to look into this entire matter. The Education Minister saying that a re-exam has been ordered for those 1,500 students plus students who got the grace marks. So therefore, for the moment the issue should be resolved, there was no paper leak.
What I think is the Supreme Court has taken a very wise decision, and the students have been given a choice that they either accept the original marks as they were without the grace marks, or they take a re-exam, and the results will be announced before the 30th of June, so that they can actually go ahead with the counseling in July as it was earlier supposed to be. So it doesn't affect the 24 lakh students, because otherwise that was a very grave situation. So I am thankful that that has not come to that. But I do agree that there has to be an investigation to see why all of this has happened, and what the minister is saying. He is definitely in charge of matters. So I don't think that the Congress is right in saying that the Prime Minister should be commenting on this and not the minister. So they cannot choose to say that. So he is the minister in charge of all these things, and he has said that till now it has not come to his notice that there was anything fishy about the paper leak. So if it does come to that, if it does come to their notice that way, then they will take suitable action. And I think the Supreme Court is looking into it. So then definitely whatever comes to light, the suitable action will be taken.
All right, Salem Dharani Dharan, you want to come in here, I can see. But yes, this issue of paper leak is not something, it's in the Supreme Court as well. There has been no paper leak is what the NTA has said. Yes, the grace mark issue was a huge controversy, and for the moment, a re-examination has been ordered for that.
See, firstly, there are few questions for the Education Minister. The first and foremost, the Economics Offences Unit of the Bihar government under DIG has has taken few people on custody, including students, where the students seem to have agreed that they were given the question papers a day before the exam, and the questions and answers from the actual exam were very similar to what was given to them. The DIG has also come and told on record that 35 students were given this question paper. That's point number one. And in Bihar, it's BJP's alliance that's in power. Point number two is 10 minus 5 is 5. 10 minus 4 is 6, right? Numbers don't change, right? So what is funny is many students have got 719 and 717 and 718. How is it possible? Each question carries 4 marks. And if you answer them wrongly, it is -1, which means that if you have answered one question wrongly, then it has to be 715. Or if you have chose to not answer the question, then you don't get that -1 mark, so it has to be 716. How are the scores of 719 and 718 possible? And I think the minister should have given answer for this. This is just not some mere digression, it's just complete lack of capacity.
What one understood was because of the grace marks. That is the reason that some of these marks had gone up in this manner.
No, but then I think this kind of belies the common sense, no? Because some students have not been given grace marks, which means they must have gotten, and they got only one question wrong, and maybe not attempted that question. They would have gotten 716, and someone was gotten two questions or 3 questions wrong. Let's say they got 700 and let's say 8, and then they were given grace marks of 10. They become 718. I think which is wrong for the students who just got one question wrong, right? Because then they are behind these people who gotten 719, 718, 718, and 716. And conducting an exam is a serious business. More than 24 lakh students have written this exam, and it's life or death for them. And how can they be so careless with it? I think if this is the case, then I think this is, grace marks is fine, but as to be a common formula, people should sit and decide how it should be done. There should be an expert committee.
It's not definitely like this needs a relook. I think everybody is agreed that the way this exam is conducted.
Which is why there's one more important point. One more important point, which I want to make. Which is why my party has always been saying, apart from the anti-merit aspect, which I'll go in a later debate, but which is why we've been saying that this is anti-federal. All the state medical colleges, which fills up 90% of the seats, are with the state government. It's our money. In Tamil Nadu, we have been running these exams forever.
May be, but many experts that one has spoken of are very against it going back to the states. They feel a lot of issues happen there.
No, let me finish. I'm not going. See, Tamil Nadu, we've been having a recruitment process which is flawless. Even now, people from across the country, South Asia, even broader Asia, come to Chennai for medical treatment. Chennai has the best medical college. So my leader has been saying, why should we learn from a system which has no precedent? But our system has proved to the rest of the country that this is the best system to train doctors. So and we pay for the medical colleges in Tamil Nadu, and we have highest number of medical seats.
This issue is raised in Parliament, and across party lines, all get together to look for a way to resolve this. Ranbir Singh Patania, do come in here. The Education Minister denying any paper leak, but yes, as Salem Dharani Dharan there pointed out, there was an issue that happened in Bihar where there was said to be a paper leak. This was fobbed off as a kind of, this was a very local thing that happened, but it is involving the centralized exam. So how do you say that there was no, major paper leak, even if in one area there was one? And clearly this entire, the way this exam is conducted needs a look at. Even those students who got the grace marks, the reason they were given grace marks was because in the exam center they were given the wrong paper. How can that happen? How can the National Testing Agency give the wrong question paper to students? They lose marks, have tension, and then given these grace marks, now again it goes to the court, etc., etc. So it's really, the entire system needs a relook.
Gargi, first of all, this new and a novel concept of Neet. This is virtually on a pan-India basis, almost 25 lakh students giving this Neet on one day, on one single time, and one paper in almost 13 to 14 languages. So we should appreciate this. Secondly, first and foremost, prima facie, there is no case, no tangible evidence which has come before the public view, before the Honorable Supreme Court, or in the view of the government which suggests that there was a paper leak. Now, let us limit this controversy simply with regard to the grace marks. You see, half-truths, hoaxes, and hallucinations don't lead us anywhere. The sincerity of the government, because the government had already enacted the Public Examinations Bill 2024. It was virtually aimed at with a view to pinning and with a view to hitting out these nexuses which were prevailing with regard to paper leak, with regard to affecting, with regard to influencing the transparency and the accountability of the selection and virtually these paper processes. So with regard to these grace marks also, there is a bit of a confusion. As the minister has also admitted in not explicit, but you could say in a but suggestive terms, if anybody is found that he has tried to influence the election process, the law of the land shall find its own course. My respectful submission to each and everybody across the board, first of all, the students, they should be very patient, they should be confident, and they should have faith virtually on the process. This is not, we are not living in anarchy, we are living in a democratic system. We are living in a system which is being analyzed, which is being scrutinized at various layers and various levels, may it be judiciary, may it be media, may it be various specialists, analysts giving podcasts on YouTube also. So we are not living in anarchy. And second submission to the political parties and players across the board, sir, that please be responsible. Our one wrong statement, our one wrong interview, this can spark off a big controversy. This can act a bigger fuel to the fire. So we need to take the plausible way out. I think the statement of the minister is very much concise. It is very much explanatory also, and I think it is very much fits the exigencies of time and place.
All right, Ashpreet Khadial, your response to that,
and we should.
That let's not do politics over students in this manner. Yes, of course, their rights have to be looked into, and this exam has to be looked into. But if for the moment,
too sensitive an issue to play politics over.
Because we've spoken to many students here. Yes, we've spoken to many students here at NDTV before this, and many of them said what they wanted was exactly what has been decided, that those who got the grace marks should have a re-examination, that those grace marks should be taken away. And if for the moment, if this is going to, help settle the issue, Ashpreet Khadial, we shouldn't play with the emotions of students and create this, bogey of the question paper having leaked out.
Well, number one, the foremost question here is that why is the Bharatiya Janata Party shying away from a probe? Is there something that the BJP's government is trying to hide from the people of India? Is there something that you're trying to ensure that doesn't get found out? Because the BJP, instead of being actively asking for or ordering a probe, is trying to brush things under the carpet. Everything is all right. There is no leak. I mean, until and unless there is a proper inquiry, you cannot comment upon it. And second of all, you see, how can the Bharatiya Janata Party's minister decide, sitting in his AC office, as to what has happened and what is not, if they were actively pursuing this matter and if the lives of all these students were important to them? Then by now the inquiry would have concluded. We would have known if there are any perpetrators who need to be basically put behind bars, and if justice is to be done. And apart from that, students are protesting, and the BJP supporters and the BJP leaders are saying there is no need for Mr. Modi to speak on this. I mean, if this is the attitude of the Bharatiya Janata Party's Modi 3.0, this goes on to suggest that it's very unfortunate, and especially for the students, they cannot expect a fair exam, they cannot expect a fair career, and if they're asking for it and the government is ignorant and the government is unbothered, it goes on to suggest that it's very, very unfortunate.
Right. One quick reply on to that, Ranveer Singh Pathania, your reply to that.
Madam, the maxim goes that democracy dies in darkness. I doubt and I rather dispute that Bharatiya Janata Party or the ruling government has anything to hide. There's everything which is out in the open. But let me ask my learned friend from Congress, will you come clean? Your Sarkar with 26 cases of paper leak in Rajasthan, that is the Galot Sarkar.
All right, now we know this is the paper leak issue is a larger issue, yes, which also needs to be resolved in this country. Finally, Salem, Dharani Dharan, your final word to you.
See, first and foremost, what is happening is, at the least, the minister should have apologized for the mistake that has happened. And like my friend from the Congress said, they should have ordered a probe. I don't know why are they shying away from it. I think the approach is you make mistakes, but at least you apologize. But this government, BJP, I thought they will learn now, because they've got a drastically reduced majority from the people. I thought they will at least do a course correction, but it looks like that the BJP does not want to do course correction, and they're very brazen about it. This is our way. And whatever we do, whatever mistakes we do, we'll not apologize, and we'll keep doing the same mistakes.
The Parliament is going to be meeting at the end of this month, and hopefully all parties, all members of Parliament, they can get together to talk more about this and have a committee on this. For the moment, Supreme Court has said that those students who were given the grace marks, they will take a re-exam. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDA3 government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations. Italy, the host, Canada, and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
US President Joe Biden. He arrived there on Wednesday night to attend the G7, which in addition to the leaders of Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan and the United Kingdom is also being attended by Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a special invitee. So there you can see the leaders of the G7, Gaza, migration, AI is all on the agenda. Let's go across to NDTV's Vishnu Shom, who joins us from Borgo there in Italy. Vishnu, tell us what's on the agenda day one.
Well, I'm in Bari, and the reason I'm in Bari and not at the venue is because that's 60 kilometers away and that's a complete red zone. So there is no media which is actually allowed over there at all. So the media is actually allowed over here in Bari, far, far away, but we are monitoring events over there. If I can just ask you to sort of end the feedback into my ear, but to answer your question, it's a very, very important day today as far as the entire G7 process is concerned. Late tonight, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be over here. The Prime Minister arriving shortly after 11:30 p.m. this evening, as I understand it. So tomorrow is going to be a very busy day for him. The Prime Minister, this is, remember, his first visit abroad after winning the elections, after coming to power for a third time. Will be focusing on artificial intelligence. He'll be focusing on migration, Africa, the Pacific region and Pacific region security, among other issues, and also the important issue of climate. It remains to be seen now whether there'll be a pull aside or anybody approaching him to actually discuss what's likely to be the major issue over here, which is the issue of the Ukraine war. Remember, Gargi, in just a couple of days from now, the Ukraine War World Peace Summit in Lucerne in Switzerland begins. It's unclear if the Prime Minister will attend that. Chances are that he will not. But that said, there is a big effort now by the United States, by Joe Biden, to actually ensure that there is $50 billion of funding for Ukraine, which comes from seized Russian assets. So that is very much a focus. Now, whether the Prime Minister will be involved in that conversation or not, we don't know. But yes, there will be bilateral meetings as well, certainly with Giorgia Meloni, somebody who's come to India in the past as a guest during the G20 process. She's had a state visit as well. So, you know, it is an important visit, and there'll be further pull-asides and possibly even more bilateral. So details of which are still in the process of being worked out. Gargi.
Right, Vishnu. In fact, that was my next question about what you're hearing regarding bilaterals. There's also talk that Prime Minister Modi could meet with President Biden.
If he's over here, I fully expect him to meet President Biden, whether it's a pull aside or whether it's a proper meeting between the two leaders. I would expect several world leaders over here to congratulate Prime Minister Modi on being re-elected. Interestingly, and this is still unconfirmed, is whether there will be a pull aside or a meeting between the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Prime Minister Modi. Remember, the India-Canada relationship is particularly testy at this stage, given India's concerns about Khalistani sympathizers in Canada, whether there is some effort at trying to bridge that gap or even to perhaps ensure that the relationship between Canada and India, which has really plummeted of late, is brought back onto an even keel. That's something that we really do need to see. But it's a short visit. You know, I mean, given, let me tell you how it's also short. Normally when the Prime Minister travels abroad, particularly in countries where there's a huge diaspora, there is a big event. It's usually called the Modi event, something that we've all covered and seen in the past, where a stadium is filled with people of Indian origin. This time around, it's just going to be 5 to 6 minutes where the Prime Minister will be meeting people of Indian origin.
All right.
So it's just a very little get-together which has been organized before he heads to the hotel. Gargi.
All right. Thanks so much, Vishnu. They're reporting from Bari in Italy. And joining us now for an exclusive conversation is Kani Mori, Member of Parliament of the DMK and also the head of the DMK Parliamentary Party. Ma'am, really appreciate your time here on NDTV. Your party has been protesting, and you in particular have been raising the issue since 2017. It has certainly become a political hot button, not just in Tamil Nadu, but all over India. Today, after the Supreme Court's intervention, a much needed correction has happened. Do you think this is the step in the right direction?
Yes, the Supreme Court has given a small respite to the students, around 1,500 students. who lost their marks because of problems with the QR code and because they did not get enough time to finish their answer paper. But DMK's stand is much more than that. We want exemption from NEET. We are not talking, because there is many issues and many problems, like they have multiple question papers, and some question papers are very difficult, some are quite easy. Students from different parts of the country, have to answer these question papers, which are very difficult, and they feel they've lost out because of these multiple question papers, and they feel wronged. Even in my constituency, around 1,500 students are suffering this year because of these multiple question papers. So it's a very complicated and a problem for most of the students. So I think Tamil Nadu government and our Chief Minister has passed a resolution in the Assembly, with the support of most of the political parties in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, and sent it to the Union government. And I think it is still pending with the President for approval.
Okay. Talking about this particular, because we are looking at NEET UG examinations of 2024, the Union Education Minister, in fact, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, who addressed press conference just a couple of hours ago, ma'am, has said that there is no evidence of paper leak. And he has also asserted that the Education Ministry will try and ensure transparency going forward. Then why continue to demand scrapping altogether?
This is not actually an eligibility test. It is it's more convenient for any eligibility or entrant examinations. I think people who benefit more are students from cities, because they can go to coaching classes, and it is the affluent actually who benefit out of these exams. And students from rural areas, students who cannot afford to go for coaching classes, they find it very difficult to get through these exams, and it is actually filed against them. So it's not fair. So in Tamil Nadu, we've always, the ratio of doctors the population has always been high, and our health sector has always done well. But after the NEET, we are suffering a lot. We don't have doctors in rural areas. The whole health system is suffering because NEET has been brought in. And our doctors are doing very well all over the world and in Tamil Nadu. Because of NEET, so many of our students who should have rightfully got into medical colleges, and especially students from underprivileged families and rural areas, are the worst sufferers. So this is not an this is an eliminating examination. It's not an eligibility examination.
Okay. So what is the alternative measure? Because educationists are of the opinion that centralized examination of this nature actually helps students. Because, talking about the sheer number, it's 24 lakh students who appeared for NEET examination this year alone, ma'am.
See, everything cannot be centralized, and you cannot think that is the right way to go. We've had a very good system. We've had excellent doctors, and our health system has been really good without NEET. Because it's always been based on students' marks in their 12th standard examinations. So it was a level playing field. And students from rural areas, and the Tamil Nadu government, and especially when Dr. Kalaignar was the Chief Minister, he wanted to make sure that we had one government medical college in every district in Tamil Nadu. I think today Tamil Nadu is one of the states which has the highest number of government medical colleges. Neet was brought in only for private colleges to ensure that students are not left out, and there is no wrong practices in these private medical colleges. We have no objections about private medical colleges. We're talking about leave government medical colleges out of it and give an exemption to Tamil Nadu students who are writing their exams for government medical colleges.
Ma'am, you are a mother yourself, and I'm sure there are a lot of questions that are being asked by students these days. There are a lot of concerns that they have been sharing. But who will own up the misery of these students?
No, that is why our Chief Minister and the Tamil Nadu government is fighting for the need to be, done away with in Tamil Nadu at least. In court, also we've passed resolutions and we've sent it to the union government, and it's still waiting. It was pending with the governor in Tamil Nadu. Now it is pending with the President of India. And I hope justice will be done to the students of Tamil Nadu.
You are now the head of parliamentary party of the DMK. You'll be leading them in the Lok Sabha. Is that some issue? Is that an issue which will bring various political parties in opposition together, the India bloc together, in demanding that it should be scrapped altogether, that these examinations should be done away with? Mere corrections is not good enough. Fixing is not good enough.
In Tamil Nadu, I think all the political parties in Tamil Nadu, of course, except the BJP, I think all the political parties in Tamil Nadu are, even the partners who are NDA partners, alliance partners, are insisting that NEET has to be done away with and Tamil Nadu has to be exempted from it.
My last question, will you be raising this in the upcoming parliament session as well?
Definitely, we will be raising it. We have been raising it many times, and we will be raising it, and we will be insisting that justice to be done.
All right, Kanimori, really appreciate your time there. DMK MP and head of the parliamentary party in the Lok Sabha saying that she'll be raising this issue also in the upcoming session of the 18th Lok Sabha.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ. In this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे, उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text. जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ, which is to try these bone conducting headphones or earphones, because sometimes what I have noticed is कि जहाँ पे hearing loss की हम बात करते हैं, because they use the mechanism of bone conduction, आप वहाँ से audio directly अपने inner ear के through सुन सकते हैं. So you can give them a try and then pair the earphones with the TV so that आप directly जो TV में dialogues हैं उनको आप सुन सकते हैं. But sadly, as of now, in Android TV, we don't have any such feature of live captions.
Is it safe to leave a pen drive or an SSD in the car?
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today chaired a review meeting to assess the situation in Jammu and Kashmir after 4 encounters between security forces and terrorists took place in the last 4 days. There have been 4 terror attacks in the last 4 days. The Prime Minister spoke to Home Minister Amit Shah and National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. The Prime Minister was given a full overview of security-related situation of the Union Territory and the counter-terrorism operations that are being undertaken by armed forces. There you can see the Prime Minister there calling this review meeting after 4 instances of terror attack have taken place in the last 4 days. In fact, since the swearing in is when the first attack took place on a bus carrying pilgrims in which 9 people died, and since then there have been encounters as well. So 4 attacks in 4 days' time, and the Prime Minister has asked authorities to deploy a full spectrum of counter-terror capabilities according to sources. Let's go across to Neeta for more. And Neeta, it's been a big matter of concern by authority there as well as the security forces over these, attacks that are taking place. There seems to be some sort of thought behind this attack in the Jammu region especially that's taking place. So tell us more about what you're hearing regarding the Prime Minister's meeting.
Yes, Gargi, the Prime Minister chaired the meeting in which the Union Home Minister was also there, senior officers were also there. The entire review was done as far as the Jammu region is concerned. Interestingly, as we are speaking, the security is being upped in that region because a security audit was done both by security forces and intelligence agencies in last 2 days, and all the gaps are now being filled. Because earlier, the theatre of, as far as terror is concerned, earlier it was considered the north of Pir Panjal, that is Shopian, Baramulla, or even Anantnag and Kulgam and Pulwama. But now it has shifted to south of Pir Panjal, which was considered a relatively peaceful area. In last decade or so, there were not very many incidents which were reported. But in last 2 years, we've seen lot many incidents in which almost 2.5 dozen of our army men have been hit. In last 4 days, we have seen 4 big terror attacks taking place in this region. The security forces are of the viewpoint that recently only India conducted peaceful elections in that region. So the narrative which was catching on that everything is peaceful and okay in that region. But Pakistan obviously doesn't want to prove that, and that's why they were pushing militants, and this is the fresh group of militants which have just sneaked in. The input suggests that there are about 12 militants who are carrying out these attacks in small numbers. Gagi?
All right, Neeta, we're also joined by Nazir. And Nazir, this comes after a very successful Lok Sabha election in Jammu and Kashmir, where we saw this record turnout and everyone was looking forward to, the elections in Jammu and Kashmir also being held. But tell us more about what you're hearing regarding these attacks, 4 attacks in 4 days.
Well, as we heard, Prime Minister asking the security agencies deploy full spectrum of our capabilities, anti-terror capabilities to deal with the situation. This shows the seriousness of the situation with which center has taken its time at the highest level of the government. On the first day of the attack on Yatris, JK Lieutenant Governor said that the Prime Minister himself is monitoring the situation, and so is Home Minister Amit Shah. Why it is so alarming? Because these are the areas which are very difficult. These are the areas which were freed from militancy after a lot of sacrifice by the local people, by security agencies, by political parties between 1995 and 2003 and 2004. Since then, these places where this region was completely free from militancy. But over the last 3-4 years, we have seen this has become the real theatre of militancy in Jammu and Kashmir. Militancy appears to have shifted its base from the valley to Jammu. But in there were local militants, local recruits, ragtag, they had no training, no model. These militants were coming, which army has said. Some of them are actually from, have fought Afghan war also. So they are battle hardened. This is a tough challenge. For example, in most of the attacks which were carried out on the army, and including recent attacks, militants have managed to escape, and this has been a big challenge, how to track them down. On our screen, if you see the sketch which have been released by the Doda police, 4 militants who are believed to be Pakistani, they are operating in Doda region. According to our sources, there are 3 groups which are operating in Doda region. It is first time in last 2 decades we hear about this number of militants, 3 major groups, Pakistani groups operating in this region, which has a very difficult terrain, mountains, large area, and a mixed population. But police have said they're actually trying to communalize the situation. JNK Director General of Police, Mr. R.R. Swain, also talked about, how they are preparing their response to deal with this situation. They are saying there's clear intent to, cause disturbance and destabilize Jammu region. He's saying their response would be, there would be a befitting reply to these, militants. He's saying that they have been actually, when Pakistan could not find locals here in Kashmir to destabilize the situation, they have recruited their own citizens, training them and pushed them forcibly into Jammu and Kashmir and destabilize situation in Jammu. This has large consequences, not just on internal security, but because any situation here, when security forces are bogged down in the internal security, particularly the army, it has its ramification on the situation along the line of control and even line of actual control, what we have seen in Galwan. After the Galwan incident, the army had to pull out troops from Pir Panjal, Poonch, Rajouri, and then deploy them in the line of actual control. But because of the series of attacks last year in Poonch and Rajouri, army had to again get troops from different parts of the country and deploy them, almost 1 division of troops in Poonch and Rajouri besides paramilitary forces. So now when you have also militancy spreading to Doda region, Kutwa, entire this national highway becoming vulnerable, it poses lots of challenge. What is the real, there has been gap between the administration and the people. People are not on your side. Winning this war is just not easy. So besides deploying the security spectrum, having people on your side will be the key to deal with this type of challenge. It was the People's Court which actually eliminated militancy, not just militants from Jammu region, Pir Panjal, Doda region in 2003. It would be again people who would help. It can be achieved. But this remains a challenge. The police have said it is now a challenge. There's no denying this fact. These attacks are not a challenge because 4 major attacks in 4 days is not just an attack, but they are announcing their arrival in Jammu region where they can destabilize the species.
All right, thanks so much, Nazir and Neeta, for joining us there with all the very latest. With that, moving on to news on the water crisis in Delhi and the blame game that continues with the BJP hitting out at the Delhi government, saying they're playing politics to hide their failures. The Delhi government claiming they need more water from the states of Himachal and Haryana. Now, in a twist in the Supreme Court battle over the spiraling water crisis, Himachal Pradesh has said it does not have surplus water to send to the national capital. This is a day after it had said that they had released the water for Delhi and the supply needs to go through Haryana. The Supreme Court had directed the Himachal Pradesh government to release surplus water and Haryana to facilitate it. The court had said drinking water shortage has become an existential problem in Delhi. Our party's Atishi has appealed for more water. She's also claimed where it's being talked about, pilferage of water. She says that this is taking place on the Haryana side. The BJP is saying that the AAP government is responsible for the crisis and mismanagement. All right, let's go across to where Chandrababu Naidu is taking charge as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu back for a 4th term as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu 4.0 is how it is being described. Remember, he was sworn in yesterday and at a grand ceremony which was attended by the Prime Minister and several celebrities as well, and 24 MLAs were also sworn in with Chandrababu Naidu. And there you can see Chandrababu Naidu now. It is his first day as the Chief Minister. Yesterday we saw that grand swearing-in ceremony where he spoke about getting this historic mandate, and you had Chiranjeevi, Rajnikant, Ram Charan all attending the swearing-in ceremony, and you had the Prime Minister Modi, you had Home Minister Amit Shah, JP Nadda all attending. Now from today, Chandrababu Naidu is set to, as take charge as the new chief minister along with his cabinet. 25 strong cabinet is what he has. You have Pawan Kalyan of the Jan Sena party, who it is being speculated will be the deputy chief minister, though that hasn't been announced. Chandrababu Naidu's son, Nara Lokesh, were also sworn in yesterday. In fact, if we take a look at the cabinet, it's 3 women ministers, 12 members from other category, 8 backward class, 2 scheduled caste, 1 scheduled tribe, as well as 1 Muslim leader, who were all sworn in yesterday. 17 of them were first timers in the ministry, in the cabinet. So Chandrababu Naidu there taking charge as the chief minister. Yet another, one more time. This is the 4th time that he's taking charge. Remember, Chandrababu Naidu back in the day was known as the CEO of Andhra Pradesh. He was considered a very tech-savvy leader and a technocrat, and his emphasis was on converting Hyderabad into a Silicon Valley in Andhra Pradesh, and as a place that can compete with Bengaluru, and to that he did somewhat succeed, but many felt it was a reason for his alienation also from some of the rural parts of Andhra Pradesh that eventually led to his downfall. He was seen as too savvy, too technologically savvy, and it somehow did not gel with some of the other leaders, with other parts of the state that were more rural. So there you can see back and forth with the media also taking place as Chandrababu Naidu takes charge. Uma joins us on the phone line for more. And Uma, so Chandrababu Naidu back in the Chief Minister's chair.
Yes, indeed. This is Chandrababu Naidu 4.0, and this time it's a coalition government that is running. Of course, in 2014 as well, he had BJP ministers in his cabinet. But this time round, the difference is that he does not require the numbers from his alliance partners, whether it's the Janasena or the BJP. He has numbers on his own, but in the pre-alliance dharma, and therefore having them and taking all care, in fact, that they should be given the equal stature and respect that they deserve as alliance partners. So Chandrababu Naidu, in fact, visited Tirumala temple today in the morning along with his family members, and subsequently returned to Vijayawada and then went to the Kanakadurga temple as well. And then he has now come to take charge at this time, the anointed kind of a Muhurat time that he has chosen to take charge. Of course, big challenges lie ahead for Chandrababu Naidu, and the top among them, as he has said, is of course the building of Amravati. But he has also said that as soon as he takes charge, he will be signing on certain files that are considered very critical, and they are pre-poll promises, and he has promised a mega DSC, which really means about the jobs and opening up the examinations for jobs to happen, appointments to happen. That is something that was a very hot election issue as well. The aspirations of the youth who felt that they were missing out on employment opportunities because investment, industry, etc. was not happening. This is also in the government sector that we are talking about, that DSC, mega DSC as it was called, he was going to sign on that file. That was supposed to be his first file. The other promises that he has made, of course, includes also increase in pensions for the elderly. He has prioritized, the welfare measures that he has done for farmers as well. But the larger picture is, yes, Andhra Pradesh has been a revenue deficit state, and he has repeatedly said that the historic mandate that the people of Andhra Pradesh have given him is something that he puts a responsibility on every member in the Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly. And now that he has his cabinet already, of course, only one short of the full majority or full size of the cabinet that may be allowed. It's a 25-member cabinet that we are talking about, including the chief minister. And he has, of course, 3 Janasena ministers, including his deputy, Mr. Pawan Kalyan, and, of course, a BJP member as well, Satyakumar Yadav, is also part of the cabinet. His son, Nara Lokesh, also expected to be given, he's given the responsibility as one of the senior most ministers, because there are as many as 17 new faces. In fact, 17 people have newly become ministers in his cabinet. The regional and the caste equations all taken care of, but this new cabinet is something that requires a briefing, and that's what Chandrababu Naidu in fact had done, sitting down his team and explaining to them the intricacies of administration and governance, because he realized the last time round that the files that had been signed, that had led to also trouble, and therefore we are told that he has in fact called in all the ministers and given them a briefing on what to do and what not to do and how to handle issues that could get sensitive as well while pushing forward with the agenda of the government.
All right, Uma, thanks so much for joining us there. So Chandrababu Naidu back in the Chief Minister's chair for a fourth time with his new cabinet. We'll slip into a short break now. More news coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
NDTV exclusive with Kanimoi. DMK MP Kanimoi speaks on the Neet controversy, says Neet has skewed doctor-patient ratio in Tamil Nadu. DMK is all for scrapping Neet, which is the way forward. You can also call in on NDTV at 5:30 p.m. The experts on our panel will respond to your questions. Union Education Minister backs NTA amid the Neet controversy. Dharmendra Pradhan says there is no information of paper leaks and the court has endorsed retest for over 1,500 students. Congress demands judicial probe, calls for sacking of the NTA chief. Concern over multiple terror attacks in Jammu Kashmir, 4 attacks in the last 4 days. Prime Minister Modi speaks to NSA and Union Home Minister Amit Shah. PM Modi tells officials that they must use full counter-terror capabilities. TDP's Ram Mohan Naidu takes charge as new Aviation Minister. He says that he will review the airfares list, bringing down fares as his top priority. It's NCP versus RSS over Maharashtra debacle. The NCP has responded to RSS mouthpiece charge. Praful Patel says there is no rift in the BJP-NCP. We are working as one. Hello and a very good evening. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahal. We are starting this edition with a top focus. Prime Minister Modi today chaired a review meeting to assess the situation in Jammu Kashmir after 4 terror strikes in the last 4 days. Prime Minister Modi has spoken to Union Home Minister Amit Shah and the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. The Prime Minister was given a full overview of the security situation of the Union territory and the counter-terror operations that are being undertaken by our armed forces in Jammu Kashmir. Well, sources have also told NDTV that the Prime Minister has asked the authorities to deploy the full spectrum of the armed forces counter-terror capabilities. Well, the 4 terror strikes in the last 4 days in Jammu Kashmir pose a huge challenge for the security forces on the ground, the authorities and the Modi government at the center. Well, yesterday, a fresh encounter had broken out in Jammu Kashmir's Doda district, leaving a soldier injured. It was the 2nd attack in Doda and the 4th in the Union territory in the last few days. Well, a terrorist also had launched an attack on pilgrims in a bus in the Riasi district, which had left 9 people dead. And the situation at the moment continues to be tense, and this is definitely a serious concern for the authorities at the moment. My colleague Nazir is now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Nazir, Neeta also is now joining us on the broadcast. Let me go first to Nazir here. Nazir, even as the Prime Minister held an important meeting today to assess the situation in the Union territory at the moment, well, this, as we've been speaking about it, poses a huge challenge for the authorities, for the security forces on the ground as well. And we do understand the, as per sources, the information that is coming in, forces have also informed that there could be some more terrorists hiding in the Doda area where the fresh encounter took place yesterday.
Well, as we have been reporting, our sources have been telling us that at least 2 to 3 large groups of foreign terrorists are operating in Doda. They have set up their bases in Doda region, which is a large region, mountainous region, difficult region for the security forces to operate and reach every place. And there have been 2 attacks in Doda within 24 hours. So clearly, theatre of militancy not just shifting, but it is spreading to one area after another area. So it was in Rajouri Poonch, the Riasi, then Kutwa and Doda Poonch. And Prime Minister reviewing the situation clearly shows the seriousness with which the center at the highest level is seeing the situation. Because it's not just, 4 attacks in 4 days. It is clearly showing the intent. And J&K Director General of Police, Mr. R.R. Swain talking about the intent from Pakistan that when they don't get, they cannot lure the locals. to destabilize situation in Jammu and Kashmir. They are actually getting their own citizens, training them and pushing them forcibly into Jammu and Kashmir where they carry out these major attacks. But what is the big worry? Number one is that it is bogging down large number of military and paramilitary groups in Jammu and Kashmir. Already the place is saturated with troops. Now they have to get more troops to ensure nothing goes wrong. Then when you have more troops, it has its own, repercussions at the line of control when it comes to military's real duty. And also, cost of engagement to fight this war is going. That has been always the policy and the strategy of enemy or the adversary, to increase the cost of engagement so that more troops are involved. So 4 attacks on 4 days. Center has taken notes at the highest level. Here the police are saying they are preparing their response, and the response would be to be a befitting reply to those who are engaged, who are involved in this. But clearly, the task is very, very difficult. It is easier said than done.
That's certain. Yes, Nazir. Let me go across to Neeta also here. Neeta, as we've been speaking about it, this definitely becomes a huge challenge for the security forces as well as the authorities. Prime Minister Modi also chairing an important review meeting here in New Delhi to assess the situation on the ground in Jammu Kashmir. What more details are coming out? What instructions have been given to the authorities?
See, as far as the meeting was concerned, the instructions given to the security forces is to enhance their presence, because in last couple of years we have seen the presence of security forces had thinned down in that region, more so because it was relatively peaceful. This area was relatively peaceful, but in last 2 years it has again gained momentum, because mind you, the international border is just across, it's just few kilometers across, and you can just walk across from Pakistan. Although the army till last year, they were saying that there are zero infiltration, no infiltration is taking place. But now with these 4 attacks, now they are, saying that all these terrorists who participated in these acts, about 12 of them are fresh infiltration. So this is a huge admission as far as the security agencies are concerned, security forces are concerned. An audit was also done, after these attacks. An audit was conducted, a security audit was conducted in the entire region. And that's the reason why the security capabilities are being enhanced, because now terror has got a new address, that is south of Pir Panjal. Earlier it was north of Pir Panjal, whether it was Pulwama, Shopian or Anantnag, but now it's Kathua, it's Riyasi, and it's also... So the address has changed, and that's the reason why...
Jammu Kathua region that we're talking about here, where it is believed that these terror groups are operating, and these are different, at least 2 to 3 terror groups that are operating from this region. And that is, of course, a major cause of concern for the authorities here. Of course, Neeta, thank you so much. Nazir, thanks so much for getting us all those details. We have some breaking news now coming in at the moment. We are learning the Criminal Investigation Department, which is probing the POCSO case against former Karnataka Chief Minister Yediyurappa, has issued a non-bailable warrant against the leader. Well, the CID has already summoned Yediyurappa and has asked him to appear before it for questioning in the case. Well, the former Chief Minister, we believe, is in Delhi at the moment and is likely to return to Bengaluru. My colleague Nehal now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Nehal, a non-bailable warrant has been issued against Mr. Yediyurappa. Looks like more trouble seems to be brewing for the senior BJP leader.
The arrest warrant has been issued by the Additional Chief Metropolitan Magistrate, and at the same time, the moment Yediyurappa and his team came to know that the public prosecutor has moved for the arrest warrant, immediately his team approached the Karnataka High Court and filed an anticipatory bail petition. A little before that, Yediyurappa had a couple of days back filed a petition in the Karnataka High Court to get this FIR quashed. So both the matter, means his anticipatory bail petition as well as the matter to be the FIR to be quashed, both will be heard tomorrow at the Karnataka High Court. This is what Yediyurappa's advocate, Mr. Patil, has told us. And at the moment, Yediyurappa is in Delhi, and he had approached the CID through approached the CID and had requested the CID, the agency that is investigating the Parched case, that he should, instead of 12th of June, he should be allowed to appear before the agency on 17th of June. But the CID has to file the charge sheet within 90 days, and this 90 days period is getting over on 15th of June, 15th of this month, and therefore CID wanted him to appear much before that date.
Okay.
But so far Yediyurappa has not appeared before the CID, so now the arrest warrant has been issued against him because it is a cognizable offense, so it is a non-bailable arrest warrant.
Okay.
So now we have to see what is going to happen tomorrow in the Karnataka High Court.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, Nihal, for getting us all those details there. Well, those are the latest details that we are picking up at the moment. We'll keep an eye on the developments on this big story that we continue to track and get you more. Well, shifting our focus now to some more news that we are tracking at the moment. Will the centre crack whip on airfare fluctuation? Union Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has said that he will review the airfare issue. Well, TDP's Ram Mohan Naidu has taken charge as the new aviation minister. He's the youngest minister in the Modi 3.0 government, and after taking charge, he said that the government focus will be on the ease of travel of the commuters, and the comfort of passengers is going to be our top priority. He's asserted that the government's goal is to make air travel accessible to everybody, and this can only be achieved if it becomes more affordable. Listen in.
Well, definitely, I really can't decide on one decision to bring down the prices. But like I'm saying, it is a very important issue today. My whole intention is to make air travel reach to the common man. And it has happened over 10 years. There have been Udan scheme that has come up. Modi ji has also said, Hawai Chappal se Hawai Jahaz tak. So I want to make it a reality for that. For that, prices have to be affordable. Now the market scenarios or the other external factors, COVID, so a lot of different factors have made in improving the prices. So we have to sit down, the department has to sit down, and whenever that thing is happening, my intention or my priority would be from the people of this country that to bring down the prices, and I would sit down with that point of view.
All right, my colleague Sunil Prabhu is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Sunil, we believe, well, there have been a lot of complaints coming in from the passengers in the recent past regarding inconvenience during air travel as well as the airfare fluctuations. And after that, this is a big statement coming in from the newly sworn-in Union Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu, saying that he is going to review the issue, and it is the government's, it's going to be the government's topmost priority that air travel becomes accessible to everybody.
That's right. As he, to use his own words, Hawai Chappal, using the Prime Minister's to Hawai Jahaz. So that is something definitely that is uppermost in his mind. And let's hope he succeeds, because definitely a revolution is expected in the aviation sector. It has to become more affordable for more people. We are a country of 1.3 billion. And if there is a sector that needs complete transformation and more affordability, it is the aviation sector. So definitely much will be dependent on whether the government will be able to ensure, for example, the aviation turbine fuel taxes on that are reduced or completely given a go-by, because that's something that is taxed on a regular basis, and that's what makes the cost of fares extremely high. So it's in that context we'll have to wait and see how airline industries respond to the new Civil Aviation Ministry and what can the ministry do, because after all airlines today are privatized, be it Air India, be it Indigo, be it SpiceJet, and the list carries on. So how will they do it? They can do it only if the various policies and various measures are taken, and in particular the fuel which runs those aircrafts, the taxes are reduced on that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sunil, for getting us all those details there. Well, that is the latest we're getting at the moment. We'll keep an eye as to how this really plays out, what decisions are taken in the coming future, with Union Aviation Minister promising to bring in ease of travel for the passengers traveling through airlines. All right. Some more news now that we're tracking. Well, even after the centre had told the Supreme Court that the grace marks allocated to more than 1,500 students in the NEET examination would be cancelled, protests seem to be erupting over the NEET controversy. The opposition now has demanded that the NTA boss be sacked. Amid the NEET row, the Education Minister has backed the testing agency. Dharmendra Pradhan has said that there is no information of paper leaks, and the SC has ordered re-examination for some students, while the Congress and its allies are now demanding a judicial probe in the NEET UG 2024 exam.
देखो पेपर लीक की हमारे पास कोई जानकारी नहीं है। मैंने उस रीट पिटीशन को अनुध्यान कराया, कोई भी एक भी जगह पे प्रमाण नहीं है। एक एलिगेशन पेपर लीक हुआ है, कहाँ है प्रमाण हुआ है? एक दो चीजों की न्यूज आइटम पे अगर प्रमाण आधारित होता है तब कोर्ट उसको विचार करेगी, सरकार अपना पक्ष रखेगी और कोर्ट में 8 जुलाई को चर्चा भी होगी।
We believe that no inquiry can be a just and fair and comprehensive inquiry if the inquiry is headed by the NTA themselves. The NTA chairperson should be removed from his post.
Well, the DMK so far has been demanding to ban NEET. Let's listen into what DMK MP Kanimoy has to say on the NEET controversy.
Your party has been protesting, and you in particular have been raising the issue since 2017. It has certainly become a political hot button, not just in Tamil Nadu but all over India. Today, after the Supreme Court's intervention, a much needed correction has happened. Do you think this is the step in the right direction?
Yes, the Supreme Court has given a small respite to the students, around 1,500 students, who lost their marks because of problems with the QR code and because they did not get enough time to finish their answer paper. But DMK's stand is much more than that. We want exemption from NEET. We are not talking, because there is many issues and many problems, like they have multiple question papers, and some question papers are very difficult, some are quite easy. Students from different parts of the country, have to, answer these question papers, which are very difficult, and they feel they've lost out because of these multiple question papers. And they feel wronged. Even in my constituency, around 1,500 students are suffering this year because of these multiple question papers. So it's a very complicated and a problem for most of the students. So I think Tamil Nadu government and our Chief Minister has passed a resolution in the Assembly, with the support of most of the political parties in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, and sent it to the Union government. And I think it is still pending with the President for approval.
Okay. Talking about this particular, because we are looking at NEET UG examinations of 2024, the Union Education Minister, in fact, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, who addressed press conference just a couple of hours ago, ma'am, has said that there is no evidence of paper leak. And he has also asserted that the Education Ministry will try and ensure transparency going forward. Then why continue to demand scrapping altogether?
This is not actually an eligibility test. It is it's more convenient for any eligibility or entrant examinations. I think people who benefit more are students from cities, because they can go to coaching classes, and it is the affluent actually who benefit out of these exams, and students from rural areas, students who cannot afford to go for coaching classes, they find it very difficult to get through these exams, and it is actually filed against them. So it's not fair. So in Tamil Nadu, we've always, the ratio of doctors the population has always been high, and our health sector has always done well. But after the Neet, we are suffering a lot. We don't have doctors in rural areas. The whole health system is suffering because Neet has been brought in. And our doctors are doing very well all over the world and in Tamil Nadu. Because of Neet, so many of our students who should have rightfully, got into medical colleges, and especially students from, underprivileged families and rural areas are the worst sufferers.
All right. We'll be doing a special show at 5:30 p.m. You can also call in and express your views on the Neet controversy on the numbers given on your TV screens. Well, with that, it's time for a short break here. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Brought to you by.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2020.
Welcome back after the break. Just days after being sworn in for the third term, Prime Minister Modi will be in Italy to attend the G7 outreach meet. Apart from leaders of other G7 countries and the European Union leadership, PM Modi will be among leaders of 12 countries who've been invited to the outreach. All eyes will be on a possible meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky, who's also expected to be present. PM Modi will be meeting his Italian counterpart Giorgia Meloni as he reaches Italy. PM Modi is likely to have a possible interaction with Mr. Zelensky as well as the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Well, it's the 11th time that India has been invited to the G7 outreach and the 5th that Prime Minister Modi will be attending. He will also likely take part in a special session for discussions on artificial intelligence, energy and the Mediterranean. All right. Well, my colleague Vishnu is also now joining us from Bari in Italy. He is tracking the developments on the ground. Vishnu, what is likely to be on the agenda of the G7 countries as well as India, which is also participating in the outreach meet here?
Well, you've summarized what the Indian position is. In fact, all of the points that you've mentioned. So further to all of the points that you have mentioned, let me add just a couple of details. There will be important talks that the Prime Minister will be having on the entire issue of artificial intelligence, on the issue of climate, on Africa, on migration, and clean energy and a green transition, as it were. These are the themes which the Prime Minister will be talking about. Whether or not he gets drawn into a lot of conversation on Ukraine is unclear at this stage. There is an expectation that given the fact that he is seen to be a voice of the global south, he would be drawn in for his advice on how to deal with the Ukraine issue is something that we'll have to wait and see. But Ukraine very much is the dominant theme over here. Remember, the US president is trying to push through assistance for Ukraine to the amount of $50 billion on the basis of what has been seized from Russia. And so that would be a loan to Ukraine, which would be guaranteed by the amount of $50 billion from seized Russian assets. So that's something that's happening independently. Apart from that, in a couple of days from now, there is the World Peace Summit in Lucerne in Switzerland. The focus is very much on Ukraine. So that being said, it's also important to remember that India and Italy have a very close relationship. It's a strategic relationship. Giorgia Meloni and the Prime Minister have had excellent exchanges in the past, and therefore there is very much going to be talk on how the relationship between India and Italy might actually expand, go up. Remember, there are 2 lakh Indians, people of Indian origin in Italy, so there is a large diaspora over here. But given the fact that the Prime Minister is here for just about 24 hours, there's not going to be a massive diaspora outreach. In fact, that would be limited to about 5 to 6 minutes, as I understand it.
Could you also show us around, Vishnu? We see it looks like a very beautiful location around, well, behind you there. And when are we expecting Prime Minister Modi to be reaching the venue?
Well, the Prime Minister is going to be over here late at night. He's not going to be over here. This is Bari. This is the where the international media setup is, 60 kilometers away from the high security resort where the Prime Minister will be holding his meetings with various leaders. I was actually in that area, but you cannot get beyond a particular stage. So he'll be over here at about 11:30 p.m. local time. He departs at 11:30 p.m. Tomorrow. There's not much to show here other than the fact that this is a media center, but be that as it may, this is where the international media is getting its information on this all-important meeting. Just a few words about the G7 itself. The G7 began as an economic grouping of the most powerful nations around the world, but over a period of time, the agenda of the G7 has grown, it's evolved. It's now very much an area where the world's leading countries talk about a host of issues. This time around, the war in Gaza, Ukraine, and some of the other issues that I've discussed will certainly come up. But India is now the 5th largest economy in the world. In fact, India's economy is larger than 3 members of the G7, Italy, the host nation, France, and also Canada. So India is looked at in light of our economic growth as well.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Vishnu, for getting us all those details there. Well, of course, there are going to be, well, very specific issues relating to Russia-Ukraine conflict as well as the Israel's war in Gaza that are going to be on the top agenda here in the meeting. But as India is also participating among those 12 countries who are participating in the outreach meet, well, defense and maritime cooperation is going to be something that is going to be India's focus here. All right. Well, with that, it's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Brought to you.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और FIFA गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप. और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड. क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज़्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था. बट देन अगेन यू नो विद इन अ फ्यू ईयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे प्ले स्टेशन इज रियली पॉपुलर.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDTV government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations. Italy, the host, Canada, and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with
Welcome back. Now the scorecards of 1,563 NEET candidates seeking admission to medical colleges will be scrapped after they were given grace marks for a wrong question and for time that they lost out during the examination. This is what the centre told the Supreme Court today, and the Supreme Court accepted this. The students can opt for a retest on the 23rd of June. The results will be declared on the 30th of June. This is after a massive controversy broke out after the NEET results were declared. After, as you saw there, over 1,500 students got these grace marks. Many students protested. Now, the government's decision today follows allegations of massive irregularities and unfair marking in the nationwide medical entrance exam. It's also become huge political controversy with several political parties, opposition hitting out. The Congress has said there should be a CBI probe, that there should be a Supreme Court monitored probe, and the issue also went all the way to the Supreme Court that said that this re-examination for the students who were given the grace marks should take place. So does this now satisfy the students? Many of the petitioners are now satisfied, but is this the end of the matter? And why is it that year after year we continue to see these controversies also breaking out? Well, joining us on the program, we have with us Dr. Rakesh Verma, former additional DGHS, Health Ministry, Government of India. Thank you so much, for being with us. And you can also call in with your questions, with anything that you want to comment regarding this controversy, this row over NEET. But first to you, Dr. Verma, do you think that for the moment that this, settles the entire issue, that, with this re-examination for those who got the grace marks?
See, Mr. Rawat, you must understand there is a huge examination which was conducted. India is a very vast country and several lakh of the candidates appeared for the NEET examination. Their aspirations were there for a fair selection. And out of those several lakhs, only 1,600 or some odd candidates got some unfair or fair grace marks which other fields are not proper. So for those, the Honorable Supreme Court of the country has taken a righteous step and has approved that yes, for those candidates, the examination will be reheld. Either they can remove those grace marks and be ready for being shown as selected or unselected based on the marks without the grace marks, the actual which they have got. Or they have got the option to forget the earlier examination and undergo the fresh test on 23rd of June, which is very close by, and within 7 days the results will be declared. So this seems to be a very balanced approach by the central government of India, as well as has been accepted by the Honorable Supreme Court. So in my personal opinion, I feel considering the huge number of the NEET aspirants, we should agree for this kind of a proposition, which seems fairly balanced, because the dispute is narrowed down to those 1,600 odd students, is not
All
extended.
right. Well, we have a caller, Ramlal calling from Mangalore. Go ahead.
Ramlan speaking. One minute. Madam?
Yes.
This revaluation of OMR sheets, not only for the 1,500 candidates, it should be for the 24 lakh candidates.
But sir, I mean, how can we, redo the exam for 24 lakh? And that's not what the students, what the petitioners wanted either, isn't it, Dr. Varma?
Reevaluation, recorrection.
See, there has been no
CBI should reevaluate it, not NTA.
All right. Your point is taken. Yes, Dr. Rakesh Verma.
See, the question mark is only on those 1,600 odd students. There is no question mark on several lakhs of the students who have appeared. They have worked day and night, toiled the midnight oil, and appeared in examination, and they are satisfied with their result. All they want is a race, that nobody else should come from the side track and overtake them. It's a competitive examination. Every mark will matter. So a grace mark being removed should be at par, a fair field, equal level field for everybody. And those who have got grace mark, their allegation or contention was that we got lesser time to appear in this examination. So they were given the grace mark. Now the grace mark is removed. So either those 1,700 students should be agreeing for the evaluation on the basis of
and even the petition was not to do with, re-examination for all 24 lakh students. So we have another caller, Ranjana Subramaniam. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. As per today's decision, it is good to write only for that candidate. That is 1,563. But before that, and from the next time, it should be online exam like JEE. So there will be no problem. So everybody will have, right, online means there will be no problem. System will take care. There is no chance for leaking the paper. There is a rumor there, but it cannot happen in online exam. So may conduct next time onwards online exam, and also NTA should improve more number of test centers, because that is another problem. And checking in the test center also the problem for the people. That's why they are angry towards any problem in Neet comes from the media. That's the reason, sir. Thank you.
See,
right, I'll take one more caller. Just a moment, Dr. Verma. We also have Sandhya Singh calling from Delhi. Go ahead with your question.
Yeah, actually, what I feel is it's not just about the 1,563 students that the NTA is talking about, or the Supreme Court has given directions. But what I feel is there have been multiple, centers and many students who have lost time, but they did not have any opportunity or any idea that if they go to court or they could, approach the court. So they didn't have the avenues to approach the court. So what about those students, first thing? Second is, like, if you're giving opportunities to these students, I will not say it's an opportunity. Basically, these students would be, again, after 1 week or something, they will be again doing the exam. Then isn't it unfair for students again that they will spend less time and on that their new mark sheet sheet could be prepared or could be prepared? So my view is
all right, Sandhya, thank you so much for calling in. And Dr. Rakesh Verma, so there you can see a mixed reaction. Some saying it's a welcome decision, but also some saying it's unfair on those particular students, given how enormous this exam is. You had one caller saying that we must take it online completely to rule out all this issue regarding paper leak.
Ms. Gayatri is a vast country with vast distribution of students, rural areas to urban area, and it will be impossible to satisfy. Now, the highest court of the country, the highest authority of the country has taken a view and taken a decision. I and you and everybody should abide by the decisions of Honorable Supreme Court. We cannot defy the Honorable Supreme Court, and nobody should try to think. And in own wisdom, Supreme Court has passed a judgment, an elaborate judgment, considering the grievances of those who have approached, considering the pros and cons, and then I don't think there should be any reason of questioning the judgment or decision or the path that Supreme Court has shown, and we must abide by that.
All right. We also have another caller, Abdul Latif, calling in from Tamil Nadu. Go ahead, Abdul.
Neet is
is not social justice for rural students and poor students who doesn't know what is need, and they are intelligent. And it's a poor, it's only a dream. Doctor is only a dream. Poor cannot become a doctor under Neet, number one. Number two, Neet has become a business. A student who has taken 160 marks in Neet is getting MBBS seats in private medical colleges. And private medical colleges increase a lot more than the government medical colleges. And thus the standard of doctors has become worse than any other doctor, those who are intelligent. Okay, therefore, Neet doesn't serve the purpose of what examination has been conducted. Neet is completely social justice. It's a business run by private medical colleges and coaching centers, and by only richest can become a doctor. And it's impossible for a middle class and poor families, people who cannot complete the examination, but are very interested to become a doctor. For example, Tamil Nadu government those days have been conducted at the mark list. The topmost people have become doctors. The topmost will become mark list wise. I tell you, the three chief surgeons of America from India or from Tamil Nadu have become the chief surgeons in America. They have not studied in Neet. They studied in Madras Medical College. How they have studied?
All right, thank you so much, Abdul Latif, for your point. And yes, this is something that, we've seen, Dr. Verma, again and again. This is what all parties across, party lines from Tamil Nadu have been demanding. They say that Neet is a system that is, it's against the rural students, that there is this unfair advantage that urban students have, city students have. They've also been asking, in fact, they go as far as to ask for scrapping of Neet. They wanted to revert to what it was earlier, that each state should have its examination, saying that, Tamil Nadu has done so much. They've opened so many medical colleges in every district, and it's unfair on their students. So what would your response be to that?
See, Abdul Latif Saab, whatever your suggestions and comments are there, I can only say that please write them, jot it down and make a small petition to Government of India, Ministry of Health, as well as to the NTA, National Testing Authority, who will consider all these things, considering the whole impact for across the country, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari and from Gujarat to Leh Ladakh, as well as in the far northeast.
Right.
It cannot be
But Dr. Verma, also this, point between the, rural and urban and this coaching, how much it's become, part and parcel of preparation for Neet, which makes it unfair for poor students. Is this something that we can even get around, or is this something that is the reality of what, all these competitive exams have now become?
I'm very sure government is aware of this discrepancies and this unfair impact, but it has to be brought down through a petition or an application or a simple paper to the NTA as well as Ministry of Health, Government of India. I'm sure they will be examining this.
Right. Not everybody can, go all the way to the Supreme Court with their petitions. We have another caller, Professor Surinder from Telangana. Yes, go ahead, Professor.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
The Supreme Court decision is absolutely right.
Yes.
In this regard, I want to tell the National Testing Agency must be very, very careful while conducting the national level examination. In an examination, awarding grace marks is very bad for the nation and for the health of the education. But this is the reason why there is an option to the students. They can take the re-examination or they can keep it. Examination is an examination, but awarding grace marks is very bad for the health of this medical education.
All right.
This is my okay.
Right. Your point is well taken, and that is the reason there was such an uproar over these grace marks being given to students. And, for our viewers also, Dr. Verma, to, explain to them that the reason these 1,500 plus students got grace marks is because at the time that they were taking the exam at their center, they realized they had got the wrong question paper. And there, I think the responsibility of the National Testing Agency is there. Imagine a student being so, worried, they're taking this all-important exam, and then to realize you've got brought the wrong question paper. The question paper had to be brought, the right one had to be, organized for them, and then losing out on time. So what is the answer there also? Because the Supreme Court had ruled earlier that grace marks would be given, but I think the manner in which it was given, the extent of the grace marks is what was very unfair, that pushed them up significantly, it's a competitive exam, and if we talk about the list of students and the marking, it pushed them up quite a bit and pushed out students who would have got a chance at a better college.
I'm afraid I'll be repeating same thing. Now that a decision has been taken by the Honorable Supreme Court,
but I'm just saying that the fact that these poor students to get the wrong paper, so this is also something the NTA must look into.
It must be looking into it. The notice was issued to NTA. Honorable Supreme Court issued a notice to NTA for all these reasons.
Right, absolutely. And I mean, this is what the Congress too has been raising regarding, an inquiry into this entire matter. Prabhat calling in from MP. Go ahead with your question.
Hello, sir. I'm Prabhat from Andhra Pradesh. According to the key released on May 30, I got 509 marks, but in the result I got 474. I got 35 marks lost. So how can I appeal for recorrection of the paper so that I can get my original marks?
Sir, your doubt is very obvious, but this is not the forum to remove a doubt. The only best option is to make an appeal to National Testing Authority, which I am very sure will consider your grievance.
So he should approach the authority for getting his, previous marks counted rather than the
As your choice. The decision will lie with the National Testing Authority.
All right, so clearly lots of, questions that students have, but hopefully most students now will be satisfied with this aspect at least. But also, Dr. Verma, there's been talk of, the paper leaking, and there's an incident in Bihar that keeps getting referred to, saying that there was a local issue there. But we heard the Education Minister today saying that there's been no instance of paper leak as such with this examination, and therefore this confusion should not be there.
See, sitting at Delhi, we cannot say what happened in Gujarat or Bihar. And there have been sporadic news from the news channels, there have been some newspapers. So let the police and other authorities examine that and find out whether there has been any genuine leak or not, or is only a false alarm.
Right, because this doubt was there.
Definitely. How can we sitting here in Delhi can say that any leak was there or not?
All right, well, let's go across now to Jantar Mantar, where, students have been protesting over this, and one of those students joining us. Let's just go across. If you'd like to make your point, I think Anuj is with us. Anuj, if you'd like to, express your grievance. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Right. I don't know if we can, connect with them, but these students are sitting in protest, and also now we're going to have Parliament, convening soon. And Dr. Verma, are you hopeful that since this is such a, a sensitive issue, it's an emotional issue, so many students are involved, 24 lakh students took the NEET exam, and clearly given that it's such a huge exam, you can't have these hiccups happening, these issues happening in which, students are unhappy. And so, do they need to sit together and find a way forward? There needs to be a committee to see how they can improve all these matters so that no student is left, feeling dissatisfied or that something unfair has happened.
Gayatri ji, this is not 24 lakh students. This is 24 lakh families which are involved.
Yes.
Any young boy or young girl getting into a medical college is a very big achievement for the family and for the career of the whole family. So, and the problem is grave. That is why the NTA was founded, and NTA by and large has done a wonderful job. We cannot question when you do such a mass scale, even these kind of irregularities, mishap should not happen. But you see the enormous volume conducting the examination for 24-25 lakh students, that too young people, 17, 18 years, is not a small job. So they have done a good job, and there is always scope of improvement. So far as the Parliament question is concerned, obviously our parliamentarians are aware of the grievance of the youth of this country.
That's right. No, the Congress has been asking for a Supreme Court appointed committee to look into this entire issue, especially since there are these doubts over paper leak and, this anguish among students, also asking for a CBI probe. Then you have the DMK asking that the exam be scrapped and it should revert to the system that was there earlier of, the states conducting the exam. So clearly a lot of issues with the NEET exam, and, and year after year, we can't continue to have these sort of doubts and sort of anxiety among students.
Definitely. It's a very serious situation.
Right, and you also have the Education Minister, however, saying that there is no leak that has taken place, asking that people be satisfied with the Supreme Court decision on the re-examination for just those students who got the grace marks.
See, only those students got benefited by the grace marks. And grace mark, as you have told yourself earlier in the part of this show, that Supreme Court itself had allowed. And I must tell you, even UPSC does some grace mark considering the overall question and answers.
Right. We have one of the protesting students, Anuj. Anuj, are you satisfied with what the Supreme Court has said today, that those students who got the grace marks, they will have a re-examination?
जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि मतलब 1500 का री एग्जाम होगा, सिर्फ 1500 का री एग्जाम कराने से कुछ नहीं होगा, लगभग 24 लाख बच्चों का दोबारा रीनीट होना चाहिए। 1500 में तो मतलब जहां 30-40 हजार रैंक का अंतर आ रहा है, 1500 का रीनीट करा के तो 1500 ही रैंक जाएगी, उससे कुछ नहीं होगा। जो बिहार पुलिस ने भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, 10 पकड़ा है, मतलब उन्होंने भी कहा कि उन्हें पेपर दिया गया था और मतलब फोटोकॉपी करा के पेपर दिया गया था और फिर भेजा गया था, मतलब पेपर लीक हुआ है। यूपी में भी न्यूज आई थी पेपर लीक की, तो मतलब सरकार को मतलब एनटीए को इस पे इंक्वायरी करनी चाहिए कि पेपर लीक के बारे में, और फिर देना चाहिए, और काउंसलिंग भी रोकनी चाहिए इन्हें, क्योंकि अगर काउंसलिंग होगी तो बच्चे एडमिशन ले लेंगे, उसके बाद तो फिर मुश्किल हो जाएगा रीनीट कराना।
All right, Anuj, thanks for your question. And, the Supreme Court has allowed the counselling to go forward as it was dealing with this issue. It's going to be taking up the matter again later. But, again, those reports about the paper leak, doubts in students' mind, I don't think the students, many of them want that all 24 lakhs should take the exam again, because we've been speaking to, cross-section of students. Some are very satisfied with this. So final word from you, Dr. Verma.
Once the issue has been decided by the apex court of the country, I don't think there's any scope for any contrary opinion or any other thing. We all must salute, abide by the dictum and directions given by the Honorable Supreme Court. And there's no higher court than that. And Honorable Supreme Court, in own wisdom, after seeing the pros and cons, hearing all the parties, has passed such a detailed order. So we must abide and be happy with that.
All right. Well, this discussion will continue, and these, various opinions will continue. Thank you so much for joining us on the program, Dr. Rakesh Verma, and, very patiently taking all those questions from NDTV viewers. With that, we'll slip into a short break. But the NEET row remains the big story on NDTV. Later today at 8:30 p.m., my colleague Maria Shakil will discuss whether the solution is in sight to this big mess.
Brought to you. Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ. In this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their
Welcome back. It's NCP versus RSS over the Maharashtra debacle. Praful Patel responded to an opinion piece by the RSS worker Ratan Sharda that said, and I quote, Maharashtra is a prime example of unnecessary politicking and unavoidable manipulations. Sharda in his piece insinuated that allying with Ajit Pawar-led NCP reduced the BJP's brand value. NCP maintains that the article was Sharda's personal opinion. He clarified that all is well in the Mahayuti. Meanwhile, earlier today, Ajit Pawar's wife, Sunetra Pawar, filed nomination for the Rajya Sabha by-election from Maharashtra. This is after Praful Patel had declined an offer of Minister of State from the BJP, saying it would be a demotion. The NCP chose Sunetra as the Mahayuti's candidate and informed the Shiv Sena and BJP about their decision.
हम सब लोगों ने हमारे जो अलायंस पार्टीज है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी और शिवसेना, उनको भी सूचना की कि हम हमारे इस उम्मीदवार का अर्ज भर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये बाई इलेक्शन है और बाई इलेक्शन में मेजॉरिटी से इलेक्शन होता है. इसलिए हमारे जो मित्र पक्ष है, पार्टनर्स हैं, उनको हमने इन्फॉर्म किया. एनी आर्टिकल अपीयरिंग फ्रॉम ए जेंटलमैन हु मे हैव सम रीजन टू बी अ पोस्ट होल्डर does not make that person the ultimate responsible person to decide on the politics of the alliance in Maharashtra or anywhere else for that matter. If by that same yardstick, if the RSS chief has spoken something, does that mean that applies to whatever is happening in the government of India today? It is not the question. Some issues can be raised by people in their individual capacity. That does not make any difference in the alliance. Our alliance is here to stay.
मैं बिल्कुल नाराज नहीं हूँ. मुंह पे दिखता है क्या मैं नाराज हूँ? सब ठीक है. देखिए, फडणवीस साहब जो है नासिक गए हैं और हमारे जो सीएम साहब भी ऐसे ठाणे में कुछ प्रोग्राम अटके हुए थे. कोई बात नहीं है.
Hello and welcome. We're coming to you from southeast Italy. The Prime Minister will be over here in the Apulia region, where he's a special invitee for the G7 process. What's the G7 meeting all about? And the significance of this visit by Prime Minister Modi, his first since he was sworn in for a third consecutive time. We'll be bringing you the very latest details of what exactly the Prime Minister will be doing, the meetings, the important engagements, and the message of foreign policy that India is trying to send.
Brought to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I'm Ankit Tyagi. Let's take you to the headlines we're tracking at 6 p.m. In an NTV exclusive, DMK MP Kanimoy speaks on the Neet controversy, says Neet has skewed doctor-patient ratio in Tamil Nadu, scrapping the only way forward. Education Minister backs testing agency. Dharmendra Pradhan says no information of paper leaks. Court also endorsed retest for 1,500 students. Congress meanwhile demands judicial probe and sacking of the NTA chief. Concerns over the multiple terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. 4 attacks in 4 days. Prime Minister speaks to National Security Advisor and the Home Minister. Security reviewed in the state. TDP Ram Mohan Naidu takes charge as the new Aviation Minister, the youngest in the Modi government 3.0, says will review airfares. NCP versus RSS over Maharashtra debacle. NCP responds to RSS mouthpiece charge. Praful Patel says no rift in the BJP NCP, working as one. We're getting some breaking news right at the top of the bulletin at this moment from Jammu. In fact, in the Riyasi terror attack, 50 people have been detained for questioning by the security forces. This is the latest on the investigation which is taking place in this audacious, dastardly attack that took place in Riyasi a few days back, in which pilgrims were, in fact, targeted by the militants. It was the attack left 9 people dead and more than 30 injured. Let me go across to my colleague Nazir Masoodi, who is joining us with more details at this moment. Nazir, 50 people have been rounded off. This is a major crackdown as far as the attack and the investigation is concerned.
Well, exactly. A major crackdown has been launched. According to police, 50 people have been detained for questioning. Well, it may sound a big number and they are doing much, but the fact it appears that they may be groping in the dark, because when you detain so many people, you don't have, that means you don't have a pinpoint information. Having said that, over the last 3-4 days, police and the security agencies have launched massive searches, cordon search operation, detaining people for questioning, activating all the resources in their command to ensure that those who are behind these attacks are tracked down. But in the past, we have seen, for example, when there were happening attacks, major attacks took place against the army in Rajouri and Poonch. In one case, more than 200 people were detained, but no attacker could be tracked down. So the fact is that in such operation, what is more important is that get a pinpoint information, actionable information, and carry out the operation. This has become the biggest challenge for the security agencies to track down the attackers after the attack, because in most of the attackers, they have managed to escape. For example, in this attack, Riyasi attack, after terrorists killed 9 pilgrims, injured 33 when they targeted the bus. Bus plunged into a gorge and they managed to escape. Since then, all the efforts are being made, including this major crackdown in which police are saying 50 people have been detained who they suspect may be knowing something. They are not suspected in the attack, but they may be knowing about the presence of militants or the terrorists who may be operating there, who may be behind that attack. Riyasi police has already released sketches of 2 suspected terrorists who could be behind this attack and have announced a reward of 20 lakh rupees for anyone who can give them information which will lead to the arrest or tracking down of these attacks. Similarly, this Doda police have released sketches of 4 Pakistani terrorists who they believe could be behind the recent attack. There have been 2 attacks on security forces in Doda within 24 hours. Yesterday evening, a police picket was targeted. 1 policeman, Head Constable Farid Ahmed, was injured. And earlier, a army camp was targeted. 5 army soldiers were injured. 1 special police official was also injured. So the 4 attacks in 4 days. Now the government at the highest level has taken note of it. Prime Minister himself reviewed the security situation and asked the security agencies use all the anti-terror resources in the command of the government to ensure that these things are not repeated. And here Director General of Police Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. R.R. Swain, saying that they will give a befitting reply to those who are behind it. He said the situation which was in Jammu between 1995 to 2005, when the militants had created mayhem in Jammu region, but with the help of people, with the help of security agencies, they were actually completely eliminated. He is saying they the militants are trying to do the same situation, create same situation in Jammu, but they are determined to wipe them out one by one, and has in fact said those OGWs, overground workers, who may be helping militants here, they will not be spared. Their property, everything will be, would be seized, which police have been doing here in Jammu and Kashmir. Anyone found involved in helping militants, their property is being seized and tough action is being taken against them. DGP also said it is not, nobody denies that it is a major security challenge. And when Pakistan has not been able to get locals here to create disturbances, they have recruited their own citizens, giving them training and pushing them forcibly into Jammu and Kashmir to destabilize situation in Jammu region.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Nazir Masoodi reporting there from Jammu and Kashmir. Moving on now, the Criminal Investigation Department, the CID, which is probing the POXO case against former Karnataka Chief Minister Yediyurappa, has issued a non-bailable warrant against the leader. The CID has already summoned Yediyurappa and has asked him to appear for questioning in the case. The former Chief Minister, who is in Delhi right now, is likely to return to Bengaluru for further questioning. Going across to my colleague Nihal Kidwai, who's joining us with more details at this moment. Nihal, just bring our viewers, this is trouble for Mr. Yediyurappa. What is this case and, under which the investigation is going on at this moment?
See, one FIR was lodged on the 14th of March this year. One lady had approached the police station, Sadashiv Nagar police station, and she had alleged that when she had approached Yediyurappa in a 2015 case, then Yediyurappa had taken her 17-year-old daughter to one room, and then he had inappropriately touched her. This was the case. When the lady approached the police station, immediately the FIR was lodged. So now, within 90 days, the charge sheet has to be filed, and this 90 days will be completed on 14th of June. Much before that, the CID that is investigating this case had issued summon and asked Yediyurappa to turn up for questioning on 12th of this month, means day before, means yesterday. But Yediyurappa on 11th had said that he won't be able to come because he had some prior commitment and he will be available only on 17th. So he had requested to grant permission to appear before the agency on 17th. But yesterday, the brother of the victim approached the High Court for speedy investigation. Meanwhile, the lady who had accused Yediyurappa died on 26th of May, means the previous month. So the brother of the victim had approached the High Court, and now the case has come up for hearing in the High Court. Meanwhile, when Yediyurappa's advocates came to know that the prosecution has approached the AC, Additional Chief Metropolitan Magistrate Court for a warrant against Yediyurappa, at the same time they approached the High Court for the anticipatory bail. And a little before that, Yediyurappa had also approached the High Court to quash the FIR against him because he has alleged that the same lady had filed FIR against 54 other people, that includes judges, senior police officers, several politicians of various political parties.
Right.
In that case, he had requested that the FIR should be quashed. So the quashing of the FIR plea as well as the anticipatory bail plea both will be heard tomorrow at the High Court post lunch. This is what we have come to know.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Nihal Kidwai reporting there from Bengaluru. Moving on to the Neet, in fact, story where the protests have now erupted over the controversy. Allegations of paper leak, foul play has emerged, and the opposition has demanded sacking of the National Testing Agency boss. Now, Education Minister has backed the agency. Dharmendra Pradhan has said that there is no information of paper leak. He has also said the Supreme Court has ordered re-examination for some students. Meanwhile, the Congress and the allies have demanded a judicial probe into this entire matter, along with the sacking of the National Testing Agency chief. Listen. All right, meanwhile, we also spoke exclusively to DMK MP-elect and former telecom minister, has reiterated Tamil Nadu's demand for exemption from Neet amid the controversy over shoddy results. The state had no entrance test for nearly a decade for its medical admissions.
Right from day one, Tamil Nadu has been opposing Neet, especially the DMK party under the leadership of the MK Stalin. In fact, our leader, Udayanithi Stalin, has been protesting for several years to do away with Neet. But the union government tried to belittle us by saying that this is one to a particular state of Tamil Nadu. Today, we see the evils of Neet spreading across India. In fact, in Rajasthan, in Kota district, several students, more than 26 of them, have committed suicide because they are unable to face the pressure of Neet. And the Rajasthan government came up with a wonderful plan that since the students were hanging by the fan, they decided to put springs on the fan so that they can avoid the suicide. But what was done, really done, to ensure that the evils of Neet has been eradicated? Today, we see that in Supreme Court, the union government has come forward and said that the grace marks given for 1,560 students will be taken off. So the issue is resolved. How is it resolved? What made them give the grace marks? And the funny thing is that in all the previous years, 3 or 4 students will get centum in Neet. But this year, the number has gone to about more than 63 and above. And it is quite surprising that the Neet question paper was leaked a week before the examination. A lot of malpractice has been happening across the country, and especially in the northern states. This is the reason we said Neet is not necessary. We want to do away with Neet. We've been trying to point out that Neet is an evil on the society for the very reason that right now, if a student has to pursue a medical career, he has to go to the coaching centers and pay a FT fee to get to the coaching centers and do his Neet. And where are these coaching centers? Only in the cities. There are no coaching centers in the rural areas, and the rural students are not able to afford. And in fact, the number of aspirants for medical students in rural areas is coming down drastically, which will have a great impact in our country in the future. In future, we'll have doctors only from the urban centers who will only want to work in the cities, and no one will be willing to go to the rural areas. In fact, we feel that enough is enough. Enough children have died because of Neet. The union government should not be arrogant. And please, let's go back. It was that Neet is producing excellent doctors. In fact, a student need not do the 3 subjects, physics, chemistry and biology. He just can take one subject and still pass Neet and do a medical. It's not that the capitation fee has been eradicated. In fact, the annual fee for the medical colleges have increased 10-folds or 20-folds. We request that union government to get down Please look at future of our students.
देखो पेपर लीक की हमारे पास कोई जानकारी नहीं है। मैंने उस रीट पिटीशन को अनुध्यान कराया, कोई भी एक भी जगह पे प्रमाण नहीं है। एक एलिगेशन पेपर लीक हुआ है, कहाँ है प्रमाण हुआ है? एक दो चीजों की न्यूज आइटम पे अगर प्रमाण आधारित होता है तब कोर्ट उसको विचार करेगी, सरकार अपना पक्ष रखेगी, वो कोर्ट में 8 जुलाई को चर्चा भी होगी।
We believe that no inquiry can be a just and fair and comprehensive inquiry if the inquiry is headed by the NTA themselves. The NTA chairperson should be removed from his post.
Right. At this moment, in fact, this has erupted into a huge controversy. It's still, despite the Supreme Court orders, there have been a lot of people, those who are not happy with this order. Moving on now, Chandrababu Naidu has taken charge as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. He offered prayers before taking charge as the Chief Minister. Naidu signed a file at the Andhra Pradesh Secretariat and, in fact, came back to power after this massive victory of the NDA in the recently held assembly and, of course, the Lok Sabha elections. Now, Naidu now becomes the 4th term Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. He is in alliance with TDP, Janasena and the BJP in this entire 175-member assembly, in which the alliance won 164 seats. My colleague Uma Sudhir now joining us with more details at this moment. Uma, of course, big day for Chandrababu Naidu, a change of government, and how has he set forward his agenda, the priorities that he is going to focus on in the next few days?
Yes, indeed. He started the day with a darshan at Tirumala, where he had in fact gone last night itself along with his family. And then he came to Vijayawada and visited Kanakadurga temple at Vijayawada. And then in his own office, he prayed to the Balaji image there and then went into his office. And after signing the file, taking over charge as Chief Minister, as promised, he signed in fact on 5 files. One was the DSC, which is the District Selection Commission, which is about recruitment of teachers, about 16,000 jobs of teachers in the districts, in the government schools. That's what he signed the first file on. Second one was on Land Titling Act. A lot of campaign had happened around the Land Titling Act, saying that the government's attempts to kind of use all the documents and the information regarding the ownership of lands could result in them losing their lands, in inheritance of lands, etc. The entire campaign had worked very, very powerfully and effectively for the NDA. And yes, now the Land Titling Act has been scrapped. The third one was on increase of pensions from 3,000 rupees to 4,000 rupees to all those who are eligible in the state itself. And the fourth one, in fact, was again talking about the skill census. That was something that was promised by Chandrababu Naidu. That is something that they have now implemented, saying that we will have a skill census first in the state, and then we will go around finding out what kind of gaps are there in the state which need to be now filled. So Chandrababu Naidu implementing his 5 promises, the signs on the 5 files that he had, and the beneficiaries were also along with him. Of course, he's going to have quite an onerous task in front of him. He's running a coalition government that is expected to be politically pretty smooth, and the kind of a mandate that he has had. But now the real work will start about negotiation with the centre for the funds, because the large perception is that he has agreed for 2 ministries, as in a Minister of State and a Cabinet Minister at the centre, and he's rather hoping for a big chunk of money to come in so that he can fulfill the promises that he has made to the people of Andhra Pradesh, and also, of course, build Amravati, get national project status for Polavaram and finish that project. All that certainly on his agenda. Back to you.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Brought to you by.
Get the magic of the best
working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका UPI ID या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना UPI पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं even while you are offline. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया. Tip is very useful. याद कर लो.
Is the centre looking to crack the whip on airfare fluctuation? Well, that's the indication that the new Aviation Minister has given. Union Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has said that he's going to review the airfare issue. TDP's Ram Mohan Naidu took charge today of the Aviation Ministry. He's the youngest minister in the Modi Cabinet 3.0. He has said that the government will focus on the ease of travel and for the comfort of the passengers. Let's listen in.
Well, definitely, I really can't decide on one decision to bring down the prices. But like I'm saying, it is a very important issue today. My whole intention is to make air travel reach to the common man. And it has happened over 10 years. There have been Udan scheme that has come up. Modi ji has also said, Hawai Chappal se Hawai Jahaj tak. So I want to make it a reality for that. For that, prices have to be affordable. Now the market scenarios or the other external factors, COVID, so a lot of different factors have made in improving the prices. So we have to sit down, the department has to sit down, and whenever that thing is happening, my intention or my priority would be from the people of this country that to bring down the prices, and I would sit down with that point of view.
Let's hope he succeeds because definitely a revolution is expected in the aviation sector. It has to become more affordable for more people. We are a country of 1.3 billion and if there is a sector that needs complete transformation and more affordability, it is the aviation sector. So definitely much will be dependent on whether the government will be able to ensure, for example, the aviation turbine fuel taxes on that are reduced or completely given a go-by because that's something that is taxed on a regular basis and that's what makes the cost of fares extremely high. So it's in that context we'll have to wait and see how airline industries respond to the new Civil Aviation Ministry and what can the ministry do because after all airlines today are privatized, be it Air India, be it Indigo, be it SpiceJet, and the list carries on. So how will they do it? They can do it only if the various policies and various measures are taken and in particular the fuel which runs those aircrafts, the taxes are reduced on that.
Moving on to Karnataka, where the sensational murder case has completely shaken the Kannada film industry with the arrest of leading actor Darshan and his partner Pavitra Gaura in this murder case. Now, interrogation of actor Darshan is underway. Chilling details have now emerged from the murder investigation against the actor. Now, the remand copy details how deceased Renuka Swamy, who allegedly had sent some lewd messages to actor Pavitra Gaura, was tied up and beaten with wooden sticks by Darshan and his associates.
Sensational revelations have come out in the alleged murder of Renuka Swami, in which actor Darshan is an accused along with his partner as well as 11 other people who are his aides as well as his fans. Now, this is the place where Darshan and his aides had taken Renuka Swami. This is a shed where he was taken inside, allegedly beaten and tortured. He was tied with a rope and beaten with wooden sticks, and then he in fact dropped dead, after which he was taken from here and his body was dumped in a drain nearby. So this is what happened on the day of the alleged murder, where from Chitradurga, Renuka Swami was kidnapped, taken here, allegedly killed, and then his body dumped nearby. Now, of course, post the murder, post the incident, 3 people had confessed to the crime before the police. In fact, they had said that they had killed Renuka Swami due to financial disputes, post which, of course, police found their version suspicious, and therefore further interrogation revealed that Darshan was behind the crime, and in fact Darshan was enraged over Renuka Swami sending lewd messages to Darshan's partner that angered him, and therefore he conspired to allegedly kill this man. And therefore he in fact asked these 3 people who are his fans and aides to own up to the murder in return for rupees 5 lakh each to the 3 of them who had in fact confessed to the crime. So multiple revelations coming out. Of course, several CCTV footage being checked, which showed his car in fact leaving this particular place. Another CCTV footage taken days before the incident, which also had Renuka Swami working in his pharmacy in Chitradurga. It was just a couple of days before the murder, and therefore police at this point looking at all the angles, trying to understand the circumstances leading to the death, the sequence of events. Were there more people involved, and is there any more reason, or rather a stronger motive for him to commit this act? So at this point, of course, CCTV is being examined, phone records being checked, all the financial transactions are also being looked into, and multiple people, including friends and family members of Darshan, his female friends and other aides, are being questioned. Of course, they are being interrogated at this point. 6 days of police custody, post which they will be presented before the court once again.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
NDTV exclusively speaks to DMK MP-elect Kanimoi on the Neet controversy. She says that Neet has skewed the doctor-patient ratio in Tamil Nadu. Advocates scrapping of the policy. Education Minister reacts to the Supreme Court's decision, backs the National Testing Agency. Dharmendra Pradhan says no information of paper leaks. Concern over multiple terror attacks in Jammu, 4 attacks in 4 days. Prime Minister speaks to NSA and the Home Minister reviews the security situation. Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu takes charge of his ministry. The youngest in the Modi government says will review airfares.
Brought to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हों या consoles हों, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और FIFA गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था, जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, you would feel your
In a twist in the Supreme Court battle over Delhi's spiraling water crisis, Himachal Pradesh government has said it does not have the surplus water to send to the national capital a day after the hill state had promised to release water for Delhi and the supply needs to go through Haryana. Supreme Court had directed the Himachal Pradesh government to release 137 cusecs of surplus water to the national capital and had asked Himachal Pradesh government to facilitate the flow. The court today had said that the drinking water shortage has become the existential problem in the national capital. Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party's Minister Atishi has appealed for more water from Haryana and Himachal Pradesh. She has said that even though multiple teams are involved in making sure water is not wasted, but she has gone on to also say, however, these steps are not enough as the water is being stolen in Haryana.
Rising mains जो main pipeline है, उसका मैंने पर्सनली जाकर अक्षरधाम मंदिर के पास के एरिया में उसका इंस्पेक्शन किया. 1.5 किलोमीटर की पानी की पाइपलाइन में एक बूंद भी पानी नहीं बह रहा था. ये मैं आपको क्लियर कर दूं कि बहुत जगह ऐसी अफवाहें फैलाई जा रही हैं कि बहुत बड़े स्केल पे लीकेज हो रहा है. ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं है.
Ma'am, today, the Delhi government has filed a status report and there they have said that they cannot take action on the water mafia because it is happening on the side of Haryana. What do you have to say?
Mere absolute excuses. I say this with tremendous amount of responsibility. It appears that from what Atishi ji said today in the press, it seems as if she was justifying the presence of the illegal tanker mafia in Delhi. I want to know, it almost seems as if they are in cahoots with the illegal tanker mafia. The Aam Aadmi Party government had filed a petition before the Honorable Supreme Court of India and Supreme Court came down heavily on them. Supreme Court asked them, what are they doing about the water wastage in Delhi? They are doing nothing. 40% of water in Delhi gets wasted because of desiccating infrastructure of the Delhi Jal Board. The Aam Aadmi Party government has been governing Delhi for now a decade, but they have not paid attention to the infrastructure of Delhi Jal Board at all. Supreme Court also scolded them on the operation of the illegal tanker mafia, and the Aam Aadmi Party only had a string of excuses and nothing more.
Right. Let's just discuss this a little bit more because, it needs to go beyond the war of words. People of Delhi are suffering. Harish Khurana of the Bharatiya Janata Party is joining me at this moment. I'm also being joined very quickly by Priyanka Kakkar, Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson. Thank you to both of you for being with us. Priyanka, let me ask you this. The court was very harsh yesterday on the government. It said that, give us a list of what you have done as far as the water wastage is concerned. Beyond the, blame game, what is happening at this moment so that the people of Delhi do get some relief?
Hi, Nitin. Hello to you and all your viewers. Nitin, Ankit. Ankit, one thing I must clarify. You talk about yesterday's order. We submitted a detailed report of what all measures we have taken in Delhi. The problem, the BJP is trying to politicize this issue, bringing up the tanker mafia, which we very well agree is a serious problem. If it exists, an action should be taken. But, it is the prerogative of the BJP to take an action on the tanker mafia if there exists any, because the law and order, the police comes under them. We have been requesting them. It's good they have deployed some people now, but this is solely law and order and police is solely the responsibility of the BJP. If a tanker mafia exists, one is that. Secondly, what happens is that, you know, even if this theory of tanker mafia is taken on face value, at best, there are 10,000 tankers deployed by the Delhi government, which includes the private and the government tankers, and 10,000 tankers together can carry, say, about 4-5 cusecs of water. And this stealing, if it is happening at any place, will only be about 0.25%, which is not the shortage of Delhi. The shortage that Delhi faces currently right now is about 50 mgd, which is million gallons. You know, that's a lot of water. It cannot be stolen. So this water, the Himachal Pradesh government has also consented, is ready to give to Delhi this 137 cusecs of water, which was previously...
But today they have taken a U-turn. They are saying that we don't have surplus water to give.
No, so there is another catch to this, Ankit. What has happened is that they are giving from their existing share. They don't have surplus water. They are saying we can spare 137 cusecs from our existing share. They're ready to give this. Now, as our systems and canal systems and drainage systems are designed, the reservoir is only at the Hathni Kund barrage at Haryana.
Right.
So Haryana has this water. They have to release it to Delhi, and BJP should stop doing this dirty politics.
Just
If
hold
the
on to that.
monsoon is delayed, this is only a stop. I must also mention this is only a stopgap arrangement, you know, because the monsoons are delayed.
Right. Just hold on to that thought. Let me get in Mr. Khurana on this. Mr. Khurana, respond to what Priyanka Kakkar is saying. She says that, you know, there is too much being made of the pilferage and, of course, the water tanker mafia. And even if that exists, it is the duty of the police, which comes under the Home Ministry, to, in fact, check on this water mafia.
Ankit, two things. I think Priyanka Kakkar don't know what the actual fact is. Fact is 54% of the water is either being leakage or being waste, unaccounted for. That's the actual fact of the Delhi story is. And since last 10 years, Arvind Kejriwal government has not taken even a single action on that. Today, Priyanka Kakkar, my friend from Amravati party, is saying कि हमारे अंडर तो पुलिस आती नहीं है जी. Since last 10 years, how many campaigns have you launched against tanker mafias? Not even one. They are having a habit of passing on the buck to each and every time. They are in a habit of that. Today, 1,050 cubic water has MGD has been released by Haryana government since quite long, which is excess to what their share is. Yet they're not arguing with what the Haryana government has said. Himachal government has said. Couple of days back, Himachal Pradesh CM has on the record said that we have released the water. Today, their own government council has clearly said in an affidavit that we don't have excess water. That means they have told the lie to the whole country and to the Supreme Court. They will not argue on that. Point number one. Secondly, my point is from Priyanka Kakkar. Before elections, Arvind Kejriwal used to come and say, मैंने एक letter लिख दिया जेल से and Atishi, please take care of Delhi people. Since last 15 days, people of Delhi are facing acute shortage of this. Where Arvind Kejriwal letter is? Because Arvind Kejriwal and whole government is taking revenge from Delhi people for not putting for them. That's the actual fact.
Okay, hold on to that thought, sir. Let me get Priyanka Kakkar. Priyanka Kakkar, I have one very straight question to you, and then I'm going to ask a straight question to Mr. Khurana. It's been 10 years that you have been, almost 10 years that you've been in government continuously as far as the national capital is concerned. Even after 10 years, if the basics to the people are not being provided at the peak of the summers, you know it has been a brutal summer. Who should the people go to? Or is it just that the government will come out and say that, you know, the BJP is not letting us do our job?
Ankit, I'll tell you that we have always made provisions for water. There is no problem. Now, what has happened this time is because of the heat wave, unprecedented heat wave, which can be a different debate why drastic climate change is happening in the country. But because of the heat wave, what has happened is that our demand increased. The water is allocated between different states. For example, in the northern belt, the water flows through, say, Chenab, Jhelum, Indus, Ravi, Bias, and Satluj. So all the northern states, there's a upper Yamuna river board which decides which state will get how much water. there is a Munnak Canal. One channel of it provides 1050 cusecs of water.
Yes.
But even that has now dropped to 850 cusecs and even lower yesterday.
Okay.
So this cannot be pilferage. 250 MGD is not pilferage.
Honestly answer me this question very quickly. Don't you think at a crisis like this, when the people of Delhi are facing, this is the time when you need a chief minister who is available 24/7? Isn't this the problem at this moment the people of Delhi are facing with the chief minister behind bars?
The chief minister also cannot go to Himachal and Haryana and tell them to release the water which they're supposed to release, which is meant for Delhi, which the Himachal Pradesh government is ready to give to us. The chief minister is running the government fine.
I'm sorry, I'm just coming in here. I wanted to, go to Harish Khurana as well, but Prime Minister Narendra Modi at this moment is leaving. He is, in fact, getting on board the plane which is going to take him to Italy for the G7 summit, where India is a special invitee. Remember, this is the first visit of the Prime Minister in his of taking over as the Prime Minister of the third term. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi's first visit after he takes over as the PM for the third consecutive term. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, remember, is representing India, and India, of course, is a special invitee for the G7 summit, which is taking place in Italy at this moment. And my colleague Vishnu Shom is in Italy. Very quickly going across to him. Vishnu, Prime Minister has, in fact, is on his way. He has embarked that aircraft and will be flying for Italy. Just bring our viewers a sense of how important this entire summit is and the role that India is going to play.
Well, the Prime Minister now about to depart for Italy. It'll be about an 8-hour flight or so, about 11:30 p.m. Tonight is when he's expected to land over here. He's going to have one full day of hard work over here. That's tomorrow, before he returns to India day after tomorrow. India's presence, this G7, is very, very important. India has been invited over here for the 11th time as a special invitee. India is otherwise not a part of the G7 group. But remember, India is seen to be increasingly the voice of the global south. Also, India as an economy is now the world's 5th largest. India's economy is larger than Canada. It's larger than the hosts, Italy and also France. And this is significant because remember, Ankit, the G7 was formed initially as an economic grouping, but of course, since then speaks about several issues. This time around, the big one will be the Ukraine war.
Right. Vishnu, as you were speaking about the Ukraine war, India has played a very crucial, in fact, role as far as balancing their act is concerned, with initially a lot of pressure from the West for India to take sides. How do you see, India fitting into the largest discussions as far as the Ukraine war is concerned, and also on Gaza?
Well, I think that's an important point. Remember, Ankit, India is not drawn into any one power bloc. And I think the strength of India's foreign policy has been the fact that we are non-aligned. The word non-aligned is no longer used. It's possibly considered passé. But India is no longer part of any, or is not part of any power bloc. And in the context of Ukraine, we are excellent friends with Russia. We are excellent friends with Ukraine. The Prime Minister has repeatedly spoken about the need for hostilities to come to an end. At the same time, we've got a strong economic relationship with Russia, where oil imports do continue. But at the same time, there's been a long-running relationship with Ukraine, not least of all, for example, when it comes to education of thousands of Indians who study over there. There has also been a strong desire for the war to actually come to an end. Now, there has been a hope, certainly among Ukrainian leaders, that Prime Minister Modi is able to reach out to President Putin and make a change and make a difference. But whether that actually takes place or not is still unclear. It's not happened thus far. But India is seen as an independent player and an important player in various blocs around the world, certainly in the G7 bloc as well.
Vishnu, before we let you go, there will be, of course, important business agenda also for the Prime Minister. What are the bilaterals that you are expecting on the sidelines of the G7 summit of Prime Minister with other world leaders?
Well, a couple of important ones. Firstly, there will be a bilateral between Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister, and Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Meloni was in India for a state visit. Before that, she was in India for the G20. The two leaders have a strong working relationship, and I think there is a sense that the India-Italy strategic relationship needs to be enhanced in many ways, certainly economic. So that's number one. But there is a great deal of speculation on what may or may not happen should Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, come across Narendra Modi, our Prime Minister. Remember, India's New Delhi's relationship with Ottawa is at a historic low, given our concerns about Khalistani separatist activities on Canadian soil. But whether there is an effort to actually bring that relationship up to a right keel, India and Canada, both strong democracies, is something that needs to be seen, for us to be sure of. But will this be at that starting point? We'll have to wait and see. I fully expect Prime Minister Modi to meet the US President Joe Biden as well. Many of the G7 leaders would be congratulating the Prime Minister on coming to power for a third time, being sworn in as Prime Minister on the third occasion.
Vishnu Shom reporting there for NDTV from Italy on this big summit. Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome. We're coming to you from southeast Italy. The Prime Minister will be over here in the Apulia region, where he's a special invitee for the G7 process. What's the G7 meeting all about? And the significance of this visit by Prime Minister Modi, his first since he was sworn in for a third consecutive time. We'll be bringing you the very latest details of what exactly the Prime Minister will be doing, the meetings, the important engagements, and the message of foreign policy that India is trying to send.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Brought to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize.
Right. In fact, let's move on to the other stories that we are tracking at this moment. It seems that the NCP versus RSS battle over Maharashtra debacle. Praful Patel has responded to an opinion piece by RSS leader Ratan Sharda in Organizer, which is largely seen as the mouthpiece of the RSS. In this, he has said, and I quote, Maharashtra is example of unnecessary politicking and avoidable manipulations. Sharda, in his piece, has insinuated that ally Ajit Pawar led BJP's reduced tally and also the reduced brand value. NCP maintains that the article by Mr. Sharda is personal opinion. He clarified that all is well in Mahayuti and the two partners are in sync. Today, Ajit Pawar's wife, Sunitra Pawar, filed her nomination for the Rajya Sabha by-election from Maharashtra. This after Praful Patel declined an MOS offer from the BJP. The NCP chose Sunitra as Mahayuti's candidate and informed Shiv Sena and the BJP about their decision. Both Chief Minister Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis were not present at the meeting when the decision was taken. Remember, Sunitra Pawar lost the election from Baramati, the prestigious battle that took place in which Supriya Sule, Sharad Pawar's daughter, defeated her in the Lok Sabha elections.
हम सब लोगों ने हमारे जो अलायंस पार्टीज है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी और शिवसेना, उनको भी सूचना की कि हम हमारे इस उम्मीदवार का अर्ज भर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये बाई इलेक्शन है और बाई इलेक्शन में मेजॉरिटी से इलेक्शन होता है, इसलिए हमारे जो मित्र पक्ष है, पार्टनर्स हैं, उनको हमने इन्फॉर्म किया. Any article appearing from a gentleman who may have some reason to be a post holder does not make that person the ultimate responsible person to decide on the politics of the alliance in Maharashtra or anywhere else for that matter. If by that same yardstick, if the RSS chief has spoken something, does that mean that applies to whatever is happening in the government of India today? It is not the question. Some issues can be raised by people in their individual capacity. That does not make any difference in the alliance. Our alliance is here to stay.
मैं बिल्कुल नाराज नहीं हूँ. मुंह पे दिखता है कि मैं नाराज हूँ. सब ठीक है. देखिए, फडणवीस साहब जो है नासिक गए हैं और हमारे जो सीएम साहब भी ऐसे थाने में कुछ प्रोग्राम अटके हुए थे. कोई बात नहीं है.
It seems like the Maharashtra politics has changed into the game of chess, as we can see different characters popping up every day, and there is a new thing which is coming up in this entire political situation, which has started from last few years. We had seen many parties splitting up and then just starting a new game in this entire Maharashtra politics. Now the Bharatiya Janata Party, NCP, Ajit Pawar alliance and the Shinde Gath, the Mahayuti, have some issues within them. So now the fight is between the NCP Praful Patel versus the RSS, as there was a small thing which was said by the RSS member that after joining NCP, the Bharatiya Janata Party has lost his credibility plus has lost his image due to merging with NCP Ajit Pawar group. But Praful Patel right now is saying that there is nothing like that. It's their personal views, and that's why there is nothing which has happened with inside the Mahayuti, but there are certain things which is happening inside Mahayuti. There has been a particularly major thing which has popped up from last few days. Is something wrong with Mahayuti? Because looking at the Lok Sabha election results, there are many things which was not according to the Bharatiya Janata Party or Mahayuti which they wanted in Maharashtra. There were many loopholes which has came out, and still we are also seeing many things which are popping out. But in this entire situation today, Vidhan Sabha nomination has been also filed by the Sunitra Pawar, the wife of Ajit Pawar. In this also there are many things which has come out. Chhagan Bhujbal was not happy because it was not asked within the party that Sunetra Pawar should go for the Vidhan Sabha and file her nomination. As there is no opponent, she is already the winner from the Baramati Vidhan Sabha seat, but there are many situations which has been created inside the Mahayuti, and it seems like there is something wrong within this Mahayuti, within Bharatiya Janata Party, NCP, Ajit Pawar group and the Shiv Sena Mahayuti have something inside that they need to solve before the Vidhan Sabha elections.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi today chaired a review meeting of the situation in Jammu and Kashmir after 4 terror strikes in the last 3 days. Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to Home Minister Amit Shah and National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. In fact, Prime Minister was given a full review of the security-related situation of the Union Territory and counter-terror operations being undertaken by the security forces. Sources have told NDTV Prime Minister has asked the authorities to deploy the full spectrum of armed forces counter-terror capabilities. 4 terror attacks have taken place in Jammu and Kashmir, and they pose a huge challenge for the forces and the government. Yesterday, a fresh encounter broke out in Jammu Kashmir's Doda district, leaving a soldier injured. It was the 2nd attack in Doda and the 4th in the Union Territory in the last 96 hours. Remember, on June 9, terrorists launched an attack on pilgrims in a bus in Riasi district, leaving 9 people dead and 30 others injured. A day after, an encounter broke out between the security forces and terrorists in Katwa region as well. Nazir Masoodi joins us with more details at this moment. Nazir, how does this all translate on the ground? What are the changes as far as the security grid that we are seeing at this moment after these 4 attacks?
Well, Jammu and Kashmir DGP Mr. R.R. Swain has said that there are efforts to actually destabilize Jammu, and terrorists are trying to create situation like what Jammu witnessed between 1995 and 2005. It was really mayhem, I remember. So he said that these efforts are to create that situation, but they are preparing their response to give befitting reply, and they said they will kill these militants one by one and finish them the way people, security force with the help of people have done when Jammu was completely destabilized for 10 years. But over the last 20 years, 2 decades, this region remained peaceful. But again, we see attack after attack, 4 attacks in 4 days. It is not just these 4 days, but for last now almost 3 years, Jammu is increasingly high on terror radar. As we have been reporting, in Poonch Rajouri alone, since October 2021, 39 army soldiers, including paratroopers, have been killed, also officers. 20 civilians have been killed. Now we see the spike soon after the elections, 4 attacks, first attack on Yatris, which clearly shows the intent, to which point they can go. They can go to any extreme, kill innocent people because of their faith, create communal disturbances. But police say they are determined to wipe them out with the help of police, and police have also said that since Pakistan has failed to lure locals to create disturbance in Jammu and Kashmir, they are inducting their own, these citizens, training them and forcing their entry into Jammu and Kashmir to, cause this disturbance. So the police is also, police security agencies, there have been a lot of meetings to how to deal with the situation. There's already a lot of security force deployed in the area. But now the areas which have been chosen by militants, by their handlers, and clearly would be security force would be now hard pressed. There would be a challenge how to get more troops into these areas which were free from militancy, because already you have a large chunk of paramilitary forces, army are deployed in Jammu and Kashmir, and when you have the situation along the line of control, line of actual control, so managing both is just not an easy task. But the police are saying they are determined to wipe them out, and if they say it is a challenge, there's no denying that it is not a challenge.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Nazir Masoodi reporting there from Srinagar. With that, we are slipping into a short break. News and updates continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome. We're coming to you from southeast Italy. The Prime Minister will be over here in the Apulia region, where he's a special invitee for the G7 process. What's the G7 meeting all about?
and the significance of this visit by Prime Minister Modi, his first since he was sworn in for a third consecutive time. We'll be bringing you the very latest details of what exactly the Prime Minister will be doing, the meetings, the important engagements, and the message of foreign policy that India is trying to send.
Brought to you.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं। To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such feature जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे, उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text. जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this function.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Actor Darshan case, NDTV accesses remand copies. Deceased was tied, locked up, beaten with sticks. In fact, actor Darshan assaulted the victim before he killed him. That's what sources have said. And of course, Darshan offered 5 lakh rupees for the cover-up. Supreme Court cancels scorecards of 1,536 students who took the Neet on the 5th of May. Politics peaks over Neet mess. Union Education Ministry has backed testing agency. Dharmendra Pradhan, the Minister of Education, has said that there is no information of paper leak. NDTV exclusive with Kanimoi, DMK MP. Kanimoi on Neet Rao has spoken to NDTV. She has said that Neet has skewed doctor-patient ratio in Tamil Nadu. DMK has said that scrapping Neet is the only way forward. Prime Minister Narendra Modi leaves for Italy to attend the G7 summit. Most powerful leaders roundtable to be held in Italy. Concerns over multiple terror attacks in Jammu. 4 attacks in 4 days. Prime Minister speaks to NSA and also Home Minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also reviewed the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir. The Prime Minister has told officials to use full counter-terror capabilities. There are some sensational details that have come out in the actor Darshan accused in a murder case. Kannada actor Darshan Togudeepa, who has been arrested in a murder case, has allegedly asked 3 other men to take the blame for the crime in exchange of cash. That's what police said today. In fact, the actor who was arrested on Tuesday offered the men 5 lakh rupees each to implicate themselves in the case. NDTV has also accessed the remand copy, which says that he assaulted the victim before he was killed. The body of 33-year-old Renuka Swamy was found in a drain at the Sumanalli Bridge in Bengaluru. In fact, it was a food delivery agent who had alerted the police about it. Now, what led to this murder? The investigation is going on, but what we know so far is that Renuka Swamy had allegedly sent obscene texts to Darshan's co-star and girlfriend Pavitra Gowda. The online harassment and use of objectionable language are now being probed as potential triggers for this ghastly murder. But there are other changes that have also happened today. The investigating officer probing the murder case was also reportedly changed. Now, the actor here, Darshan, is not new to controversies. He is amongst the well-paid, highest paid actors of Karnataka, and his popularity in the industry seems unparalleled. However, he is no stranger to controversies. His off-screen image took a huge hit in 2011 after he was arrested for assaulting his wife, Vijay Lakshmi. But what are the events that led to the alleged murder of Renuka Swami, what stopped Pavitra or Darshan from actually lodging a complaint with a cyber cell if he was actually threatening them with messages? Is this a case of toxic masculinity? Where does the investigation stand now? Renuka Swami, who was allegedly beaten to death by Darshan and his associates, was also one of his staunchest fans. Is that something to show that the nature of fandom in India is changing? How is social media influencing personal and public lives of celebrities? That's what we will try and understand tonight. But first, let's take a look at this report by my colleague Radhika.
Sensational revelations have come out in the alleged murder of Renuka Swami, in which actor Darshan is an accused along with his partner as well as 11 other people who are his aides as well as his fans. Now, this is the place where Darshan and his aides had taken Renuka Swami. This is a shed where he was taken inside, allegedly beaten and tortured. He was tied with a rope and beaten with wooden sticks, and then he in fact dropped dead, after which he was taken from here and his body was dumped in a drain nearby. So this is what happened on the day of the alleged murder, where from Chitradurga, Renuka Swami was kidnapped, taken here, allegedly killed, and then his body dumped nearby. Now, of course, post the murder, post the incident, 3 people had confessed to the crime before the police. In fact, they had said that they had killed Renuka Swami due to financial disputes, post which, of course, police found their version suspicious, and therefore further interrogation revealed that Darshan was behind the crime, and in fact Darshan was enraged over Renuka Swami sending lewd messages to Darshan's partner that angered him, and therefore he conspired to allegedly kill this man. And therefore he in fact asked these 3 people who are his fans and aides to own up to the murder in return for rupees 5 lakh each to the 3 of them who had in fact confessed to the crime. So multiple revelations coming out, of course several CCTV footage being checked, which showed his car in fact leaving this particular place. Another CCTV footage taken days before the incident, which also had Renuka Swami working in his pharmacy in Chitradurga. It was just a couple of days before the murder, and therefore police at this point looking at all the angles, trying to understand the circumstances leading to the death, the sequence of events, were there more people involved, and is there any more reason or rather a stronger motive for him to commit this act. So at this point, of course, CCTV is being examined, phone records being checked, all the financial transactions are also being looked into, and multiple people, including friends and family members of Darshan, his female friends and other aides, are being questioned. Of course, they are being interrogated at this point. 6 days of police custody, post which they will be presented before the court once again.
So some revealing details on the sensational murder there. Joining us now is Chetan Kumar Ahimsa, who is a Kannada actor. We have Priya Chetty Rajagopal, founder of Multiversal Advisory LLP. We have Sanjay Sahai, who is the former ADGP Karnataka and cyber expert, and also Saloni Sharma, who is a member of the SRK universe. Thank you all of you for joining me on this show. To you first, Mr. Chetan Kumar, here is a fellow actor who is now accused of murdering somebody, a fan actually. And he's also seen as the most challenging star. That seems to be something that people seem to be calling him. He's called Dasa Darshan or D-Boss. So clearly this is an actor, with clearly, an exalted image of himself, and he's also very popular. How do you see this case, especially when you see the controversies that surround his life, be the domestic violence case, or the boycott by Kannadiga media, or even for that matter, the violation of Wildlife Protection Act, and now this murder case. So how do you see something like this happening to Darshan, who clearly enjoys an exalted sense of popularity as well?
Darshan is a very big film star in Karnataka, but over the past 10 to 15 years, he has had consistent run-ins with the law, and ever since 2011, he's even gone to jail, and consistently he has been beating up people either on the set, in a hotel, sending dogs, various issues. But this issue, this murder accusation, is by far the most grave and the most serious allegations against Darshan. And I see this as threefold, if I look at it. Threefold being, number one, toxic masculinity and this manifestation. Number two, in terms of violence and how violence blurs the lines between real cinema fictional and real life. And number three, this exaltation of star culture, which is detrimental to an equalitarian society that we fight for. Number one, toxic masculinity, the fight for like some kind, the honor of a woman, which instead of, if there were lewd photographs, you could go to the cyber committee. If Darshan mentioned anybody in Chitradurga in the authorities, they would have taken it up seriously. But instead of going by the rule of law, they want this vigilante violence. He wants to show how much he could rescue the honor of his partner or his woman through this kind of violence. And whether it was intentional to murder or intentional to just beat up will come out in soon. But this led to this toxic masculinity, which has been seen in many issues, such as Neha Hiremat's issues, Anjali, Rukhsana, and even the pen drive issue, which Karnataka is unfortunately known for. And this is toxic masculinity manifesting in many ways. We need action against that in society too. Number two, in terms of the kind of culture, violence, culture, cinema makes money off of violence. There's big time Kannada films that have made money off of violence. When you're a spectator, you also, when I went to jail, there were people in jail who were saying, I went to jail because I watched your movies and then I committed a crime. So that affects the people, it affects the actor too. And the third is this exaltation of star culture, where there's an apotheosis of these film stars who are put on a pedestal undeservingly. Their contribution to the success of a cinema itself is very minimal, let alone their contribution to a good society. So star culture must be eroded and dismantled. And these are all affecting, even there might be psychological issues that have seriously affected Darshan in this kind of thing.
But that's a very important point, because clearly there are limits to the kind of admiration that you have for a celebrity, and the south of India is always known to sort of have larger than life actors. Now, let me ask this question to Priya Chetty. Ma'am, how do you see us as a prominent citizen of Karnataka? How do you see something like this? Because, we've seen in the 90s the kidnapping of actor Rajkumar. I come from the south of India. We've seen Rajnikant. We've seen, Shivaji Ganeshan. We've seen NTR. And Darshan also had, a very popular image about himself. But clearly, like Mr. Himsa also pointed out, there are run-ins with law that he has had. And this, whatever he seems to have done, or allegedly what he has done, seems to be just showcasing that I don't care attitude and I would get away come what may attitude. As a prominent citizen of Karnataka, how is the society looking at something like this?
First, thank you for having me on the show. And it's really horrific to see the kind of damage that is being done. It is also, truth being stranger than fiction is something that's coming out in this particular discussion, because it really seems almost too amazing to believe that something like this would be attempted by a person of that stature and somebody who has that kind of influence. Having said that, the crime is quite horrific. If we had read about it for any, in quotes, normal citizen, we would have been still quite, taken aback, would want justice to be done. So there are three layers to this. One is a crime is a crime is a crime and must be taken and dealt with and actioned and taken to task exactly like it would for any other person. The second element is that as a person of such influence and such a large fan following, there is a large amount of self-belief that actually seeps into certain kinds of celebrities, that they are above anything which is, what is meant for normal people. And that, I think, is a big fear. I mean, you look what happened to, if you look at Salman Khan, if you look at anywhere else, I mean, these are things that you understand what fandom can do and twist the minds of people who are actors or celebrities. And the third thing, that as a message that goes out, I think, just like has been done in the Prajwal case, there has to be an absolutely clear system of law that is applied. And I think as details are coming out, it's very clear that this is a premeditated, while it's a crime of anger, it's a premeditated, very clearly planned out crime and very detailedly done. And such arrogance to assume that it would, somebody would be able to get away with it. Having said all these things, it is so important for fans to understand that the persons that they respect and admire so much, and all of us have people like that in our lives that we really look up to. are also fallible human beings, and you can appreciate their art without appreciating their, who they are in their real lives. What is worrying me now is the fact that many people are saying that, regardless of what he's done, we will defend him and so on and so forth. So that's a concern.
Now that's very important. Let me ask this question to Saloni. I'll come back to you, Priya. Saloni, how do you see, Priya's this very important point that while it is, essential that fans also feel that they are part of an actor's life, in terms of admiration, in terms of really praising their art form or just being fans, but many fans also end up maybe thinking that they're actually a part of their lives and they can actually take decisions for them. They can reprimand them for personal decisions that they take. And in some ways, social media also plays a role in this, because if you look at this case, it is Ms. Pavitra who posted something with, her picture with, of course, Darshan, and then his wife responded to that. And then this deceased person, the victim, started sending messages, derogatory messages to Pavitra. So clearly, social media has a role to play, but this is also, there is a problem with the thinking that certain fans have that they actually can be a part of the lives of their heroes and celebrities, isn't it?
Yeah, so not commenting on that, but talking about fans' life and how much they relate themselves with the star, the icon they follow. Yes, you said it right. When they follow the icon, they feel they are part of it and they completely follow them, blindly follow them, and they feel bad if something bad happens. They feel good if something good happens. And whenever there are some followers or believers which will go as you said, on social media, they'll just start trolling or just taking out negative trends or something like that in trashing, and they'll also start trolling to the ones who are their stars are against. So they'll just completely put them into bad lights and do this. But talking about as being a member of SRK universe, talking about this, we are a group of n number of people and we are globally connected. And as our star Shah Rukh Khan is, he's a big icon. He's pride of India, and we follow him blindly. So following him blindly means doesn't mean that with wrong views will stand up or something. But as he says and as he teaches, he has one mantra, that my fights are my fights and my doings are my doings. You are completely there with entertainment part. So you fans never, he always says to fans, never get into trolling, never put anyone down, be it about other stars only, like there are Khan wars or other wars. So he completely requests his fans that don't ever get into that negative side. And then there are fans who also, if something bad happens, they'll harm themselves or they'll harm someone else. So he completely stands up against such violences, and to his fans as well as the ones who are trolling him or who is bad shaming him or talking about them, to them also he requests them politely that be you are a fan of any star or anyone and you support anyone.
There's a certain responsibility that actors and public personalities have, which is a very important point. Let me go across to Mr. Sahai. So you have been a former cop and you've handled so many cases like this. Tell us, how do you see the investigation in this case proceeding? Because as a reporter, I feel incremental details are coming out every day and most of them seem very interesting. And this is a person who has been in controversies in the past, but he also enjoys popularity. I was reading up on some of his movies, watching, some of the clips. He plays this mass leader. His father was famous for negative roles. He comes from a certain family which is known to understand films. So clearly he has legacy and of course family on his side, but he's not new to controversy. So how does the police handle cases like this? Because he also has influence. He seems to have used that.
So we will come to the investigation part of it, but primarily a celebrity who is not able to handle his celebrity status between real life hypnotism and social media echo chamber and creating a very bizarre cocktail which most of the celebrities don't know how to handle. So that's point number one. The second point is that having landed in such sort of a situation, how does the law and order mechanism and the ecosystem interact and react to it? So one is inside the film industry, his intemperate behavior is known. From 2011 till 2024, whatever is available in the public domain, at least around 5 cases are very neatly cut out and placed before us. But that has been ignored, and when lots of other co-stars are talking about him, they talk about his very good behavior.
Right.
So certainly there is some duplicity involved somewhere or the other.
Right.
Now this dark side of fan culture, which we talk south of the Vindhyas, where it is very iconic and we worship them like gods, we make temples, literally we do anything and everything which is unimaginable in Bollywood, in Hollywood, or in any part of the world. That being as it stands, so one particular statement which has really enamored me today, that has come from Ram Gopal Verma. I'm not a very avid follower of film stars and directors and producers, and I have a very little idea of the film industry. But his thing is worth quoting. A star using one diehard fan to kill another diehard fan who was interfering in his personal life is a fit example of the bizarreness of the star worship syndrome. Fan wanting to order how their stars should run their lives is an unavoidable side effect of
Absolutely.
the same syndrome.
Let me ask a question to the actor here. Sir, you know, you talked about toxic masculinity, which I really like, because that I think is very essential to understand here. Sometimes as an actor, do you feel that the roles that you play, the roles that you portray on the big screen, or even for that matter, small screen, does that also put a lot of pressure on you? Because, you know, I was looking at the roles that Mr. Darshan has played all these years, even in Katera, and, you know, there is a certain sense of playing roles which make him the savior of people, but also give him a lot of importance that I can get away with anything that I do. Is that something that you face? And also this social media scrutiny, because all of this seems to have really happened because there were pictures that were put up, which there's nothing wrong in that, but clearly is there a certain amount, are there any boundaries that actors and celebrities need to have for themselves, so that not really, you know, so that, you know, for their own safety?
No, you bring up a very good point, because when you play certain roles, those roles, without you even realizing it, psychologically also affects you. See, I've played certain roles that have been extremely good, kind-hearted, compassionate roles, which have made me a better person. If Darshan is playing roles that do toxic masculinity, beat up hundreds of people, cover up their murders, and do vigilante violence, that will affect him in different ways psychologically, or he feels he could get away with that in real life too. There is a blurring of lines between fiction and reality. And the idea that star culture, like everybody spoke about, star culture is very problematic, because to me, I hold that film stars are undeserving of even having a fan following because their contributions are so little. So in that way, this exalted status creates its own problems. It goes to the head, it goes, and this inability to handle stardom. And the problem is the film industry, in Kannada film industry, for example, has been essentially mum on this issue. Nobody's taking a stand. Everybody either knows Darshan or in some way says or accepts this reality or is afraid to talk or doesn't have the concern or doesn't have the insight to talk. So no one is actually taking a stand, except the media is doing a very good job, but the film industry is essentially mum. If you cannot self-correct and introspect, there is no way to build a better film industry, to make the right necessary impact on society, and to correct the wrongs that someone like Darshan is allegedly has done, and the black market has created on the film industry and Karnataka society as a whole.
Right. Priya, you know, also tell us, there was a lot of thing about objectification of women, because, you know, I fail to understand when Pavitra and Darshan were facing these messages, you know, we were getting these messages, they did not think that it was actually right to go to the police. Maybe is there a sense of, you know, lack of belief in our authorities, because online harassment is something that women face across the country, but the fact that they could think, allegedly, that murdering a person is probably better than, you know, going and lodging a complaint. How do you see that?
A bit extreme, don't you think? You know, I want to get rid of my problems. So one of the things that I can do is just beat somebody to death. So definitely a bit extreme. But it also is a sort of an indication of how fictional and how, you know, far away and unreal sometimes a celebrity life can be, because you live inside a bubble where everything is right and everybody's sort of cheering you on or thinking that, you know, there's gold coming out of your mouth or whatever. So there is a sense of unreality, of dislocation with reality that makes you probably do things like this. And what needs to be done to balance it out is have very stringent laws. If you look at any cases, I mean, right now Trump the Trump case, the fact that he was found guilty of 34 of the crimes, shows also it doesn't matter who you are, that the crime, if you've done the crime, you have to do the time.
Okay.
And the get out jail free card that is happening now.
Sorry, Priya, I'll have to go to some breaking news first.
Yes.
There is a fire that has broken out in Chandni Chowk area of New Delhi. 14 fire tenders have been rushed there. The cause of the fire is yet to be known, but this is a tragic incident. A fire has erupted at a shop in Chandni Chowk area. This is in North Delhi. It is seen as an area which has a lot of shops and industrial and of course shops in several markets there. According to officials, what we know so far is that 14 water tenders have been rushed to the spot to douse the fire. And what we also know that there was a call that was made around 5 p.m. To alerting the police officials and also fire security officials about the fire in Chandni Chowk.
कैमरे पे बात नहीं करोगे? कैमरे पे बताना है, बस इतना बताना है कि मेरा नाम ये है, मैं यहाँ पे हमने देखा आज यहाँ से लगी अब पीछे चली गई, बस इतना.
Also moving on, Adani Group owned Ambuja Cements has announced acquisition of Penna Cement Industries Limited at a value of rupees 10,422 crore. Ambuja is a cement and building company of Adani Cement and a part of the Adani Group. The company stated in an exchange filing, and I quote, Ambuja will acquire 100% shares of PCIL from its existing promoter group, P. Pratap Reddy and family. The acquisition will be fully funded through internal accruals. Time for a short break. For news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Platinum. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, one world hygiene.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल
Welcome back. The National Testing Agency, NDA, today announced a retest for the 1,563 candidates who were awarded grace marks due to loss of exam time in the midst of a controversy over Neet UG results that were declared on the 4th of June, including allegations of a paper leak. Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan has sought to have clarified some of these allegations. He said that there was no evidence of a paper leak. In fact, the minister's remarks came even as NTA announced that a Neet retest would be conducted for the 1,563 candidates who were given grace marks for loss of time on the exam day. It also said that these grace marks stand withdrawn. As per the decision announced by NTA, the affected candidates will now be given two options, either to accept the score that were originally awarded to them, which is without the grace marks, or reappear for the exam that would be held on the 23rd of June. Now, the May 4th examination conducted by NTA across 4,000 centres for nearly 24 lakh students has been plagued by accusations of question paper leaks and also awarding of questionable grace marks. Now, these allegations had also sparked protests and legal challenges in several high courts and Supreme Court. But of course, the centre had also put in place a committee that examined all these issues. Now, this issue, of course, has taken a political turn. Congress party on Thursday reiterated its demand of a Supreme Court monitored probe into the NEET examination issue, and it asserted that the anger in the country over this matter will also be heard in the parliament. Now, the opposition parties have also demanded removal of the NTA Director General, and they have claimed that the BJP government's attitude towards handling this issue was irresponsible. Of course, government has responded to this and clarified to this. Let's first listen in to what the Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan said today.
देखो पेपर लीक की हमारे पास कोई जानकारी नहीं है। मैंने उस रीट पिटीशन को अनुध्यान कराया, कोई भी एक भी जगह पे प्रमाण नहीं है। एक एलिगेशन पेपर लीक हुआ है, कहाँ है प्रमाण हुआ है? कोई एक दो चीजों की न्यूज आइटम पे अगर प्रमाण आधारित होता है तब कोर्ट उसको विचार करेगी, सरकार अपना पक्ष रखेगी, वो कोर्ट में 8 जुलाई को चर्चा भी होगी। मेरे जितना जानकारी है, नीट एक कॉम्पिटेंट एग्जामिनेशन करने वाला अथॉरिटी बन चुकी है। ये जो 3 प्रेस्टिजियस परीक्षा होते हैं, नीट, जेई और सीयूईटी, इसमें से देश की 50 लाख से ज्यादा स्टूडेंट्स की हर एक साल अभी एग्जामिनेशन हो रहा है। विश्वसनीयता बढ़ी है, इसलिए आने वाले दिनों में सारे प्रकार की शंका संशय को दूर करने के लिए और पारदर्शिता लिया जाएगा, और जो लोग उसमें कहीं ना कहीं एक आधा जगह पे कुछ गड़बड़ी करने का कोशिश कर भी रहे होंगे, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई भी लिया जाएगा। और सुप्रीम कोर्ट की जो लार्जर प्रश्न सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने है, सरकार अपना मत उसमें से स्पष्ट रखेगी।
Congress MP Gaurav Gogoi is joining us on NDTV to speak about the opposition party, especially the Congress party's concerns with regard to Neet. Thank you, Mr. Gogoi, for speaking to NDTV. You addressed a press conference today in which you said that the way in which the government is addressing the Neet issue is insensitive and irresponsible. Now, the government actually put in place a committee, a high-level committee, which probed this issue. Many people would also say that there has been an option of retest that has been given to students. Why would you say that this approach would be insensitive and irresponsible?
What form of inquiry has the government done before they gave a clean chit to itself? What kind of independent inquiry was done? Because the inquiry was done by the NTA, the very same body which has completely misled 24 lakh students who have given up valuable years of the youth to prepare for this all-important NEET exam. There's been lakhs of money which has traded hands. There have been a nexus of exam centers, coaching centers, and definitely officials in the NTA who have leaked these questions. And the Education Minister, having taken oath only a few days ago, has given them a clean chit. I want to know how many parents has he met? How many students has he met? What cognizance has he taken of the issue? What are the findings that this committee has got, and can they make it public? So they are trying to shoot and scoot. They're trying to avoid this issue. I'm glad Rahul Gandhiji and the Congress party has taken up the issue of NEET exam, because this affects 24 lakh students. It affects the future of the Indian medical fraternity and the lives of our young people, the hard-earned money of their parents, the mental anxiety of these young students cannot be trifled with. They are not simply taking it seriously. And therefore, the Congress party demands that we want a Supreme Court monitor investigation, because this government is not serious about the lives of these students. The Prime Minister gives examination-related advice on the eve of board examinations. Where is he? Why is he quiet? So we felt that this is an important issue. This issue will resonate the chambers of the parliament when the session convenes in a few weeks from now.
So, Mr. Gogoi, you would be raising the issue in the parliament, that's what you're saying, but would you also be meeting protesters and family members? And what kind of work has the party done to understand the scale and the gravity of this problem?
Absolutely. Our representatives have been meeting parents across the country. Over the last few days, our frontal organizations have been organizing even protests across the length and breadth of the country. We are with the students. No other major national parties' students are with the student fraternity, the undergraduate fraternity, as the Congress NSUI is, the National Students Wing is. And I'm glad that Rahul Gandhiji has raised this issue. And that shows that's the power of democracy, that today, when the ruling party is not being accountable to these people, the opposition, the India Alliance, is standing with them. The ruling party think that they can browbeat these students. The Education Minister, by giving the NTA a clean chit, is literally calling these students and the parents liars. We've got those audio clips where lakhs of money, 30 lakhs of money is being asked for leaking the paper. There has to be a complete overhaul of the NEET examination system, and the Education Minister, without having done any inquiry, without having met any student or parents, is quick to give a clean chit because he wants to protect the image of the Prime Minister. So nothing has changed. This is the same government which shoots and scoots, which runs and avoids. They stay silent on Galwan, they stay silent on Manipur, they stay silent on Jammu, and now they're staying silent on the NEET exam. No more. Democracy needs to be visible, accountability needs to be tangible, and that's what the opposition party is going to do with the bolstered numbers of the India Alliance.
Mr. Gogoi, also the NTA has said that this matter concerns only 1,536 students, especially in 6 centers. Now, the center has also said that the Congress is politicizing the matter and undermining institutions now, because NTA is also known to be experienced in handling and also holding examinations like JE or, for that matter, CUET.
In a democratic country, Vasudha, the opposition party needs to hold the government accountable and needs to raise the issue of the people. If this is politics, this is what a democratic country has. It has parties speaking up on behalf of the people, especially when the NTA is trying to shoot and scoot and trying to pull wool over our eyes. This is not a matter of simply 1,563 students who got grace marks. This is a matter of how there has been major discrepancies in the entire examination process, with around 67 students scoring 720 out of 720. Many students who are getting marks like 718, 719, which is just not possible under the current framework. Many coaching centers and examination centers having spread this nexus where students are not able to devote time to their regular school or regular studies. They are giving precious hours. They are burning the midnight oil and pleading with the parents to spend more and more of their hard-earned money. So there's an entire nexus which is simply going to take away the brightest and the best of our Indian student fraternity, and we cannot have that. The NTA, by limiting this issue to simply 1,563 students, shows how they know that they're trying to cover something up. Why were the results declared on 4th June? Only because there should be no brouhaha. We should not hear the outcry and the anguish of the students. Everything should be drowned out in the results of the election. That is why the NTA deliberately released the results on 4th June. There has been mismanagement from the bottom to the top. There has been a criminal nexus operating. That is why paper leak featured so prominently in the Congress manifesto. And that is why we will not let the NTA, the Education Minister or Prime Minister Modi get away with this flimsy excuse.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gogoi, for speaking to NDTV. That's Gaurav Gogoi, Congress MP, raising not just allegations but also demanding a Supreme Court monitored probe into what really happened with the NEET examination. Also joining me now is Lavanya Balal Jain, spokesperson of the Congress Party. We have Anurag Naidu, political analyst. We also have Advocate Pugal Gandhi, who's a spokesperson of the DMK, and Ashutosh Srivastava, who's a Supreme Court advocate. To you, Anurag Naidu, first, how do you see the NEET controversy play out, sir? Because, you know, at the end of the day, this concerns 24 lakh students, and NTA is an agency that has been holding examinations like JEE and also CUET. You know, some would say that there is also a sense of panic among students, especially with many opposition parties asking for judicial probe. On the other hand, some people would talk about the exam leaks that have been happening. How do you see this issue, particularly because admission process is going to begin in a few days from now? Medical entrances is really critical in this country, and 700 institutions will be looking forward to having over 1 lakh students aspiring doctors.
Very good evening, Vasudha. I'm glad you're one of the anchors who really showed concern about the timeline of admission. That's very critical. When you go on politicizing, you need to have this check on the timeline. No, I'm very glad, Vasudha, that students have voiced their opinion. And I'm speaking here not just in the capacity of an analyst, but I've been a victim in 2008 in my 12th standard in information technology exam, which has to be supposed to be on a computer. I remember it was Maharashtra Knowledge Corporation, some Maharashtra body that used to conduct this in IT examination, which was to be an optional subject in 12th. We all, the batch of students who gave from one center, ended up getting 50 marks. We never got 50 out of 100. We used to, on an average, get around 90-95 in a mock test. So there was a glitch in the technical glitch, and we could not voice our opinion because I come from a tier 2 town, right? So I understand the pain where the students are coming from. But having said that, to completely dismiss or politicize the issue that NTA kharab hai, that is, you know, taking or conducting over 50 lakh examination, right? 50 lakh students appear overall cumulatively. So, as Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan also mentioned, to say that the entire framework is dismissed is jeopardizing or just playing with the emotion of these 24 lakhs people who have appeared for the examination. Why can't, for once, Vasudha, we all talk about having a pragmatic or a practical approach toward an investigation? Now, what are the genuine concerns? The genuine concern is a paper leak. The genuine concern is the fact that entire examination, the NEET examination process for this particular academic year should be reinvestigated as a whole. Totally accepted, totally, celebrate this thought process and totally support it. But what I don't support is politicians jumping into the system. Now, we heard Gaurav Goga in your show, Vasudha. He mentioned in the next upcoming parliament session, we are going to take it up. So what is the party essentially saying is, the parliament session is going to happen in some time. We will make sure and we will come to the floor very strongly, heavily, and we will ensure that this entire process is dismissed. As a matter of fact, all these 24 lakh students who have appeared, who are waiting for a verdict or waiting for an answer in this entire matter, would think twice before getting into the admission season, because they need to take admission somewhere so that they can start their academic session starting August. Why can't these political parties represent through the lawyers in the Supreme Court, have some activists really do some good discussions, end up getting investigation achieved from the Supreme Court, a holistic investigation, which is in mutual interest. So I don't see there is a comprehensive, really genuine interest people are showing towards the student. I really hate this politicizing this entire issue.
Okay, let me go across to Lavanya. Lavanya, this is not just the question of need, because in the last 2 years, we have seen at least 40 exam leaks. So I completely agree with the Congress party raising this issue. But what would you have to say about the centre's, claim that, there is a certain politicization of this, of NEET especially happening, because NTA here is not like some state authority. It is, it's known to have held examinations in the past. Of course, there could be loopholes. Also, competitive examinations need a rehaul of sorts. We need an alternate model. That's all said. But what do you have to say about possibly, having, an approach which basically believes in dialogue? Or do you think that it's important to get the probe out, understand what went wrong, and then basically decide what's the way forward?
Good evening, Vasudha. NEET has had a lot of allegations leveled against it from day one of the NEET examinations. It was announced. A lot of states have complained and fought against NEET examinations because it puts a lot of students at disadvantage, and it is not a level playing ground for many students. Having said that, this particular instance, when NTA, which has conducted multiple examinations, is not exempt from the allegation that is leveled against it. The allegation is there is somebody within the NTA who must have helped for the leak of papers, right? So you cannot be a body which gives itself, a claim that, hey, you know what, if you are accused, you cannot come out and say, we are not a part of this allegation, right? You cannot, what do I say, give a clean sheet to yourself. That is exactly what is happening right now. And the second accusation is Congress is politicizing it. Let me make it very clear. It is a duty of the opposition party to raise the subject. And if it is affecting the life of 24 lakh students, it is not just about the paper leak. It is about how the marks were awarded to multiple students, and it is not possible in the current framework to be given those marks. That is also a problem. So entire NEET examination that was conducted this time has a lot of loopholes, and all of this must be questioned within the parliament, because Education Minister, who's just taken oath a couple of days back without meeting any of the parents or students, has been giving a clean sheet for a lot of people who are accused here, right? Which is not fair. It is a matter of our medical fraternity, which is going to come out in 5 years or 6 years or 7 years. It is a matter of 24 lakh students' lives. So, of course, it is a duty of the opposition parties to speak up about it, especially in the parliament. All we are asking, which is a very reasonable ask, is to have an investigation which is monitored by the Supreme Court. We want justice for these students. It's a matter of their lives. It is not a matter of one single exam. It's a matter of this one single exam dictating the entire life of these students, Vasudha.
Right. Mr. Gandhi, we all know Mr. Anant Krishnan's report. I've reported on education in Chennai, and I agree with parts of it, the emphasis on coaching centers, which needs to be sort of really addressed. But, so this is a national level examination. While DMK has always been opposed to NEET, and also to national competitive examinations, we need some of these examinations, right, to at least ensure that national institutions, government medical colleges have some sense of, parity in terms of questions. And all of that cannot be dependent on state board examinations, which are are really focused on, like memorizing and, root theories. So clearly there is some merit to NEET, which, I'm sure you will not agree with that. But what do you have to say about all this controversy that's playing out right now?
First of all, I have a slight disagreement with your statement that these medical colleges are national level institutions, because these are all not national level institutions. These are all state level institutions. Point number one. And as far as the state level institutions are concerned, these state level institutions are created from the funds of the state, not from the funds of the central government. And the purpose of NEET is not clear, very clear, because when we talk about the common entrance examination throughout the world, this type of standalone entrance examinations, which are outside the school education curriculum, are being either scrapped. Even for example, in the US, SAT is being scrapped now. Many universities like Harvard, Yale, or Columbia are not following the SAT for its admission process, because these entrance examinations are created in the so-called false notion of meritocracy, without even understanding the basic concept of what the school education curriculum stands for. Because when we talk about the education system in the state, we can classify this education system into three. One is primary level, secondary level, and the tertiary level or the graduation level. The primary level and the secondary level are taught at the school level, and the tertiary level or the graduation level or the college level.
Right.
The purpose of primary level is to prepare the student for the secondary level, and the purpose of the secondary level is to prepare the student for the tertiary level or graduation level. Now, what is the purpose of an entrance examination to be brought in, which is outside the school education curriculum? And if that is brought in, that makes the school education just redundant. How the students can do? So the whole system of NEET itself is class biased. Okay. It is only meant for rich urbanized students from the upper class people. That is what the opposition which we have. And today's incidence is a very clear incidence that NEET is not sacrosanct. It is also yet another entrance examination which can be breached. So what is so special about it? Just scrap NEET. That is our demand from day one.
Okay, let me ask this question to Mr. Srivastav. Mr. Gandhi is pointing out something very important. This has been the DMK's consistent position that NEET and several nationally competitive examinations focus on some false notions of meritocracy, and they are biased towards people with resources, resources to send their children to coaching centers, also kind of money, and also social and political capital and economic capital mainly. And they are sort of biased against rural children, rural students. So that's of course something that we have known. But Mr. Srivastav, how do you see this as a lawyer? Because clearly, like Mr. Gandhi said, NTA does not seem to be sacrosanct. If there are these problems there, how does the country deal with something like this? And what is the impact on young people aspiring, spending 3-4 years on NEET preparation and getting to know that probably some others went ahead of them because some grace marks were awarded to them?
See, so far as this particular issue is concerned, and we know that, it has not happened to the entire 24 lakh of, students who attended the exams. So it happened only on certain, centers which were affected by some wrong question paper and all. And there was loss of time for which certain grace marks were given. However, when the committee was formed, when the issues were raised that these kind of grace marks should not be given, because the other students should not suffer because of that. And accordingly, this committee gave a kind of a report on which this, matter also went to the Supreme Court at present, which is hearing the matter. Supreme Court took the cognizance and sent the notices to the NTA and also to the central government. Now the government has already filed its affidavit, its reply, in which it has also agreed that, okay, there should be a retest, re-examination of these 1,568 students afresh. So what my point here is that it is something which is not required to be politicized as such. Because see, if certain centers have made certain mistakes for which obviously the government is also taking its all sorts of seriousness, so that the other students and even those students who have attended should not suffer and they get equal opportunities. So I'm sure when the matter is before the Supreme Court is going into the details of the entire issue. And so far as the leak of the paper is concerned, there is
okay,
no
Lavanya has a point.
Lavanya,
you want to come in with a point. Tell me.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody, under the current framework of NEET examination and the rewarding of the marks, it is not possible to get 720 out of 720, and 67 students have received those marks because there is negative marking and everything. So what about that question? Let's not forget, there is also a question mark about the, marks being awarded to some of the students.
Well,
so
I asked this question to the NTA, and I was at the press conference, and Mr. Subodh Kumar, of course, tried to answer the question that you're asking, and he said, there was a normalization process that was followed, and the grace marks were awarded, and relatively easier questions were set this year. So he did have, of course, an answer to that, but go ahead. That also seems to be a discrepancy which probably this committee will have to address.
Thank you. Can I continue?
Yes, please.
Yeah, from the beginning, when we are talking about NEET examinations, I think my counterpart from DMK pointed this out. We seem to be forgetting this year that multiple students have lost their lives in the past years when they failed NEET examinations, and it was because they came from underprivileged backgrounds. It may be because they come from villages or because they come from a region which cannot answer the questions in the language the questions are presented.
Right.
So it is putting a lot of students at a disadvantage,
right,
especially students from these states which have a good education index. And like he also pointed out, all of these colleges are state-run colleges. It is not the national resources, all of these colleges. So it is putting the NEET examination itself puts a lot of students at a disadvantage every year. We need to question, first of all, do we even need NEET? We have to go back to the basic question. Poonam, I'm sorry, Vasudha, and I don't think we should ignore that question as well when these allegations are being raised.
Absolutely. But Lavanya, do you think a retest would be able to solve this problem? Because that would also, like Mr. Anurag Naidu was pointing out, that would also endanger the careers of many aspiring doctors. And Mr. Gandhi, would you also say something on this? Quickly, Lavanya first and then the last word from you.
Yeah, I just would like to say, when we are talking about re-examination, then the question of the entrance examination for the medical college comes up, and we are running short of time, isn't it? We do not have time for the students to prepare for, getting into the medical colleges.
Mr. Gandhi, what is the way forward, sir? Because clearly a retest may not be the solution, because, there are 24 lakh students who have taken the exam this year, and asking them to wait is also not really fair.
We have been consistent from the beginning. The way forward is to ban NEET or scrap NEET.
Okay.
For example, Tamil Nadu is the most developed state as far as the education is concerned. Our graduate enrollment ratio is 52%, which is double the national average of 27%, and which is much higher than even the United States of America, which is at 46%. And we have got 4 doctors for every 1,000 people, whereas Gujarat is having only 1 doctor per 1,000 people. And we have got the maximum number of medical colleges under the government quota, which can educate people from the rural and marginalized section of the society. Now the NEET discriminates it, and the NEET business in Tamil Nadu stands at 5,400 crore rupees.
Right.
That is a business, which means every student who want to opt for NEET have to spend at least rupees 3 to 5 lakh rupees, which cannot be afforded by any
Absolutely, that's a very good point. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining me. I'm really sorry, we're really out of time. So even as politics plays out over NEET, one can only hope that political parties think of these issues concerning youth and livelihoods in a more consistent manner. That's all we have for you in this show. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet. Should G7 become G8 with the addition of India as the 8th country? Modi 3.0's $5 trillion roadmap. 2023, mankind's most violent year. All this and much more on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings only on NDTV.
let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हों या consoles हों, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और FIFA गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप. और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड. क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज़्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था. बट देन अगेन यू नो, विद इन अ फ्यू ईयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे PlayStation इज रियली पॉपुलर.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDA-3 government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations: Italy, the host, Canada, and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
In this week's episode of India Sense, watch legendary emerging markets investor Mark Mobius' big India bet.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rao. The Prime Minister is on his way to Italy for the G7. The Supreme Court order on the Neet medical exam row, but now politics also breaks out and the Prime Minister holds a security review meeting on Jammu and Kashmir before leaving for Italy. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. Prime Minister Modi en route to Italy as a special invitee for the G7 summit, as world leaders are set to discuss the world economy and war in Gaza and Ukraine. The Prime Minister expected to hold key bilaterals. The Supreme Court orders grace marks of over 1,500 students to be cancelled and a re-exam to be conducted for them. The government says the matter is now resolved, that there was no paper leak that took place, as the Congress demands a judicial probe and sacking of the NTA chief. As the Delhi water crisis continues, the blame game spirals. The AAP government says water pilferage is taking place on the Haryana side of the canal, while the BJP says the Delhi government is hiding its own failures. And the Himachal government does a U-turn in the Supreme Court, says no extra water for Delhi. With 4 terror attacks in 4 days in Jammu, Prime Minister Modi reviews the security situation with the NSA and other officials, tells officials to use full counter-terror capabilities. And the high airfares are on the new Aviation Minister's radar. TDP leader Ram Mohan Naidu takes charge of the Aviation Ministry and says he'll keep a check on fares, what air travel to reach the common man. And as Chandrababu Naidu takes charge as the Andhra Chief Minister for a fourth time, Amravati land prices spike. Land prices rise after the government has cleared all the uncertainties as the Naidu government has promised a fresh focus on the new capital. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is heading to Italy to attend the summit of Group of Seven, known as the G7, which is likely to be dominated by Ukraine and Gaza ceasefire talks, as well as the world economy. India, which has been invited to the summit as an outreach country, has defense and maritime cooperation on its agenda. Prime Minister Modi is expected to meet US President Joe Biden, and he's also expected to hold a meeting with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and other leaders to review bilateral ties. NDTV's Vishnu sent us this report from Italy.
Hello and welcome to Bari, Italy. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi is now on his way to Italy to be a key part of this G7 process. It's the 11th time that India has been called as a special invitee to the G7 process. The reason this is important and interesting is because India is increasingly seen to be a voice of the global south. The G7 itself was an economic grouping when it began, but the nature of the globe's economy has changed. India is now the world's fifth largest economy. In fact, India's economy is larger than that of Canada, of the host Italy, and of France as well. So India's economic might is something to be spoken about. While he's over here, the Prime Minister will be looking at artificial intelligence. He'll be looking at Pacific Ocean security, Pacific issues. He'll be looking at Africa. He'll be looking at climate change as well, and also important issues of migration. But the key question is whether global leaders will be asking Prime Minister Narendra Modi about the Ukraine situation, because the Ukraine crisis is very much at the heart, at the core of what this G7 is all about. There are important bilateral meetings which are also expected to take place over here. There will certainly be one between India and Italy. Remember, Italy is a strategic partner of India. Giorgia Meloni and the Prime Minister have had an excellent working relationship. The Italian Prime Minister was in India for G20. She was also there as on a state visit. The relationship between India and Italy sees an increased engagement as far as the economy is concerned, military to military ties is concerned, high-tech transfers are concerned, but there is also an old historic connection that people don't talk about. In the Second World War, 50,000 Indians fought for the liberation of Italy from their fascist rulers at that stage. Indian soldiers participated in some of the greatest battles I should say, of that time, whether it's the Battle of Monte Cassino or battles in many other areas of Italy. Today, the Indian community, and there are 2 lakh people of Indian origin, have a big say in the Italian economy. They are a key part of the Parma dairy, the ham and cheese industry as it were. They've had a fantastic role over here. But in as much as these are positive aspects of the relationship with Italy, there are challenges as well. In Brindisi, there is a bust which is under construction of Gandhiji, which was defaced apparently by those sympathetic to the Khalistani movement. India's ambassador to Rome has told us that this is a concern which has been brought up with Italian authorities. That bust has been cleaned up for the moment, but there is that concern about sympathizers of the Khalistan movement being here in Italy as well. In fact, we've seen this in the past as well. But tomorrow is going to be the really big important day as far as Prime Minister Modi is concerned. He gets here, remember, very late at night tonight. He's here for just 24 hours, unlike other visits where there is often a stadium or an auditorium which is booked out, where he reaches out to the diaspora. On this occasion, there'll be a very small interaction or engagement with the diaspora lasting no more than 5 to 6 minutes. We are here in Italy. We'll be tracking every aspect of this very important visit. Remember, it's the first time that the Prime Minister, after being sworn in, is traveling abroad. This sets the path, the agenda for his foreign policy outreach going forward. With camera person Rakesh Singh in Bari, Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Now, the latest on the Neet controversy, the medical entrance exam. The Supreme Court today accepted the centre's decision to scrap the controversial grace marks which were awarded to over 1,500 students who will now be given the option to appear for a re-exam. The Education Minister denied there was any paper leak, but the Congress is demanding a judicial probe and for the NTA chief, that's the National Testing Agency chief, to be sacked.
In a decision that has done little to placate NEET candidates across the country, The Supreme Court has accepted the centre's solution to the admission mess. The centre told the court grace marks given to 1,563 NEET undergraduate 2024 candidates for admission to MBBS and BDS will be cancelled. These students have the option of either taking a retest on June 23rd or they can seek admission based on their marks without the grace marks. The court, however, declined to halt the admission counselling process, which will start on July 6th. Retest results will be declared on June 30th. But protests continued in many parts of the country, with NEET candidates and their parents demanding a retest and a probe, alleging that the paper was leaked at certain centres. But the government has denied any paper leak and defended the National Testing Agency, which conducts the NEET undergraduate examination.
पेपर लीक की हमारे पास कोई जानकारी नहीं है। मैंने उस रीट पिटीशन को अनुध्यान कराया, कोई भी एक भी जगह पे प्रमाण नहीं है। एक एलिगेशन पेपर लीक हुआ है, कहाँ है प्रमाण हुआ है? एक दो चीजों की न्यूज आइटम पे अगर प्रमाण आधारित होता है तब कोर्ट उसको विचार करेगी, सरकार अपना पक्ष रखेगी, वो कोर्ट में 8 जुलाई को चर्चा भी होगी। मेरे जितना जानकारी है, नीट एक कॉम्पिटेंट एग्जामिनेशन करने वाला अथॉरिटी बन चुकी है। आने वाले दिनों में सारे प्रकार की शंका संशय को दूर करने के लिए और पारदर्शिता लिया जाएगा और जो लोग उसमें कहीं ना कहीं एक आधा जगह पे कुछ गड़बड़ी करने का कोशिश कर भी रहे होंगे, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई भी लिया जाएगा।
But far from satisfying the opposition, the government statement sparked off a war of words.
We demand a Supreme Court monitored investigation. The NTA chairperson should be removed from his post.
After the NEET, we are suffering a lot. We don't have doctors in rural areas. The whole health system is suffering because NEET has been brought in.
For Tamil Nadu, that demands exemption from NEET, arguing the exam only favors affluent students who can afford private coaching, denying level playing field for poor, high-scoring rural students. The shoddy NEET results have only bolstered its plea.
Despite the war of words between the government and the opposition, the Supreme Court has endorsed the National Testing Agency's proposal for having a retest. But the big question remains is the trauma for the students who have to reappear for this professional exam. With Sam Daniel in Chennai, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
The heat wave is back in the national capital as there's no end to the water crisis and the political blame game is continuing. The AAP government has said that water pilferage is taking place on the Haryana side of the key canal that provides water from Haryana to Delhi, and that extra water from Himachal is not being provided. The BJP says the Delhi government is hiding its own failures as the Himachal government did a U-turn in the Supreme Court saying there is no extra water for Delhi.
A day of U-turns and more blame games as Delhi battles a harsh summer and a water crisis. In a twist in the Supreme Court battle over Delhi's spiralling water crisis, Himachal Pradesh today said it does not have surplus water to send to the national capital, a day after the hill state said it had released water for Delhi. This as yet another round of blame game took place between Delhi's AAP government and the BJP. In an affidavit to the Supreme Court, the Delhi government blamed Haryana again for the water crisis, saying that water theft via tanker mafias was happening on the Haryana side of the crucial Munnak Canal that supplies water to Delhi. The BJP hit back, saying AAP was not interested in solving the problem.
The Aam Aadmi Party Kejriwal government has absolutely no intention of curing this crisis in Delhi. This is not a natural crisis. This is a crisis which has been created and orchestrated by the Aam Aadmi Party only to ensure there is corruption, to fill up their deep pockets, as well as to ensure that the tanker mafia continues to operate in Delhi.
हरियाणा पुलिस और दिल्ली पुलिस दोनों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंडर आते हैं। अगर वो इन टैंकरों से पानी भरना रोकना चाहते हैं तो वो आज रोक सकते हैं। लेकिन वो राजनीति कर रहे हैं.
After NDTV exposed this water theft at Munnak Canal, the Delhi government has stepped up patrolling along the canal route. But a visit to this crucial water pipeline in another part of Delhi exposed the AAP government's claims of clamping down yet again. NDTV cameras captured water being wasted due to multiple leakages.
We are reporting from Nizamuddin, where you can see that this is a pipeline where there is a leakage that is happening. We are showing you the visuals and you can see the amount of water that is being wasted. This is the drinking water that is being wasted, and the amount, the liters and liters of water that is being wasted here. And this is just one point of leakage on this pipeline. We are showing you that there is another point of leakage on this entire pipeline that you can see, and there are yet another. So there are 3 points of leakage that we are seeing currently here on this pipeline.
Despite all the attention around Delhi's water crisis, the big question, will things get better? With Ishika Verma, Bureau Report, NDTV.
In other news now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today reviewed the situation in Jammu and Kashmir with the NSA and other officials, focusing on security and counter-terror efforts. This is after there have been 4 terror attacks in 4 days, starting with the day the Prime Minister was sworn in. Now, the Prime Minister discussed the deployment of security forces with the Home Minister and assessed the local administration's efforts with Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha.
Terror has found a new address in Jammu and Kashmir, that is the south of Pir Panjal. Earlier, terror used to strike in north of Pir Panjal, whether it's Kulgam, Shopian or Pulwama. These were considered as the hotbeds of militancy. But in last 4 days, we have seen 4 big incidents being reported from Jammu region, Riasi, Katwa, or the third is Doda. 2 incidents took place in Doda, stating that how the terrorists are striking at will. Investigations so far have revealed that the terror attacks have taken place. These are all done by fresh infiltrators who have just, infiltrated from across the border. As far as the intelligence agencies suggest, they say that a group of about 12 infiltrators crossed over from Pakistan, and they are responsible for these attacks. 2 have been gunned down, but search operations continue in that region. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired a high-level meeting here in Delhi, which was attended by senior officers and also included the National Security Advisor Mr. Ajit Doval. After the meeting, it was decided that full spectrum of counter-terror capabilities would be enhanced in this region. Interestingly, after these incidents were reported, first 3 incidents were reported, a urgent meeting of Unified Command was called in Srinagar, which was chaired by the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir Manoj Sinha. After that, a security audit was done of the entire region, and gaps are being filled by security agency so that the level of infiltrations can come down. Interestingly, the army has maintained that no infiltration took place last year. The fact that this year infiltration has again gone up so high, this is again going to be a question which has to be answered by army very soon. When we spoke to experts or when we spoke to senior officers, they say in this area forces were thinned down in last couple of years because this area had become relatively peaceful. No incident was being reported, and that is why the forces were pulled out from this region. In fact, after Galwan also, the entire division was pulled out from that region. Maybe that's the reason why now the terrorists have consolidated their bases there, because this area is densely forested. They also take shelter in natural caves which are there in the upper region. So many difficulties are also there as far as security forces are concerned to carry out an operation in that region.
Now, with the focus in the Modi 3.0 government on continuity, Ajit Doval has been reappointed as the National Security Advisor and P.K. Mishra as Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister with effect from the 10th is what the government announced today. In statements announcing the appointments, the government said they will be coterminous with the term of the Prime Minister or until further orders, whichever is earlier.
Taking forward the continuity mantra, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has appointed National Security Advisor Mr. Ajit Doval for a third term. He has also appointed P.K. Mishra as Principal Secretary. Both have been given cabinet rank and their tenure would run as co-terminus with the government. As far as Mr. Doval is concerned, he has extensive experience in intelligence and strategic affairs. Doval also in fact plays a key role in formulating and implementing policies. Under his leadership in National Security Council, a key government always relies on them for inputs when they have to decide or take a very important decision regarding domestic and foreign policies or what stand the government would take on any issue. As far as Mr. P.K. Mishra is concerned, he is a 1972 batch Gujarat cadre officer. He handles bureaucracy and has one-on-one relationship with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He has been working with Prime Minister Narendra Modi since the time he has retired. He was earlier posted as additional Principal Secretary to Prime Minister during his term in 2014 and 18. He has also been given cabinet rank. Apart from them, Amit Khare and Tarun Kapoor also have been appointed as advisors to the Prime Minister.
TDP's Ram Mohan Naidu took charge today as the new Aviation Minister. He's the youngest minister in Modi 3.0 government, and high airfares are on his radar. He said that he will work to increase ease of travel and comfort for passengers and wants to make air travel, in fact, within the reach of the common man.
Definitely, I really can't decide on one decision to bring down the prices, but like I'm saying, it is a very important issue today. My whole intention is to make air travel reach to the common man, and it has happened over 10 years. There have been Udan scheme that has come up. Modi ji has also said Hawai Chappal se Hawai Jahaz tak. So I want to make it a reality for that. For that, prices have to be affordable. Now the market scenarios or the other external factors, COVID, so a lot of different factors have made in improving the prices. So we have to sit down, the department has to sit down, and whenever that thing is happening, my intention or my priority would be from the people of this country that to bring down the prices, and I would sit down with that point of view.
More sensational details have emerged in the murder case involving Kannada actor Darshan. The actor Darshan, who has been arrested in this case, had allegedly asked 3 other men to take the blame for the crime in exchange for cash, is what the police have said. The actor, who also beat Renuka Swamy, the deceased, offered the men 5 lakh rupees each to implicate themselves in the case. Here's a report.
Shocking and sensational details are emerging in the murder case involving popular Kannada actor Darshan Togudeepa. The actor, his partner Pavitra Gowda and 11 others are being questioned in connection with the murder of 33-year-old Renuka Swamy after they were remanded to police custody for 6 days. The police investigation reveals that the victim Renuka Swamy was tied with a rope. He was then beaten with wooden sticks in a shed. Darshan had allegedly planted 3 men to take the blame for the murder. But during interrogation, they were exposed. Darshan had offered the 3 5 lakh rupees each. This is the place where Darshan and his aides had taken Renuka Swamy. This is a shed where he was taken inside, allegedly beaten and tortured. He was tied with a rope and beaten with wooden sticks, and then he in fact dropped dead, after which he was taken from here and his body was dumped in a drain nearby. Also unearthed is CCTV evidence of 2 cars being driven away from the crime scene on the night of the murder. One of the cars is linked to Darshan. Another CCTV video shows Renuka Swamy at a pharmacy in Chitradurga days before his murder.
I'm sure that there will be absolutely no room for any kind of pressures to be put on this investigation, and there is no question of that, because it's a heinous crime. If he is responsible, he should face the consequences.
The police are trying to gather evidence to establish Darshan's involvement in this sinister plot. They are scanning phones, social media accounts, financial transactions and CCTV footage to piece together the details. While police say Darshan was enraged over offensive messages by Renuka Swamy to Pavitra, they are also probing whether there was a larger motive behind this killing. With video journalist Govind Murthy, this is Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV Bangalore.
And finally, with Chandrababu Naidu taking charge as Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister for a fourth time, Amravati land prices have spiked as the Chief Minister has made it clear establishing the new capital for Andhra Pradesh will be a priority for his government. Aishwarya Jain reports from Amravati.
For the past few years, the future of Amravati as the capital city of Andhra Pradesh has remained uncertain. However, victory of the TDP, Jan Sena and BJP alliance has cleared the doubts, renewing real estate buyers' interest. The recent pronouncements by the state government have indicated a renewed focus on developing the region.
Amravati anangane ollu palakalistundi. అమరావతి రాజధాని పేరు కూడా ఈ అమరావతిని చూసే పెట్టామని మరొక్కసారి విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తున్నా.
This has instilled fresh hope amongst investors and potential homeowners, leading to a surge in land prices.
So after the CBN came, they are very happy right now. So the land prices increase, I can say as a square feet, that and all, it will be almost double.
The announcement of renewed development efforts has certainly generated a positive buzz. Local real estate agents have reported a significant rise in inquiries and a subsequent increase in land prices.
Now price increase because world-class city increase price.
According to sources, land prices in some prime locations have doubled or even tripled compared to what they were a few months ago. Land prices in Amravati prior to 2019 stood at Rs 25,000 to Rs 60,000 per square yard. After YSRCP came to power, prices dipped to Rs 9,000 to 18,000 rupees per square yards. Now land prices hover in the region of Rs 30,000 to 60,000 rupees per square yard. A renewed focus on Amravati's development has certainly brought a wave of optimism to the region.
2014 में जो अमरावती पैदा हुई बाबू के सरकार में या ज़मीन का रेट 1 एकड़ का 1 करोड़ रहा था स्टार्टिंग 1 करोड़ से उन 5 साल करने के बाद 3 करोड़ तक चले गया 5 साल के अंदर बाबू 5 साल सीएम रहे ना वो 5 साल में 1 करोड़ से 3 करोड़ तक गया 2019 तक बाद में 2019 में जगनमोहन की सरकार आई वो 3 करोड़ का दाम 50 लाख को आगे गया.
The rising land prices reflect the positive sentiment, but it remains to be seen how the state government navigates this growth to ensure Amravati's future as a vibrant and sustainable capital city.
Before 5 years is no development here. So for example, TDP government is God. So there is a visionary leader. So that's what so many people invested to here because he will take some investors like IT companies, any otherwise some like other infrastructure he will develop.
As soon as Chandrababu Naidu took the oath of the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, he promised to revive the Amravati capital city project. Soon after that, we have witnessed a sharp hike in land prices of Amravati. Now investors are looking with a great opportunity to invest in the state. This is Aishwarya Jain with the regional Sheikh Momeen for NDTV in Amravati.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. Thanks so much for watching. Coming up on the other side, we take a closer look at the entire Neet controversy. Is the solution in sight or is there just more confusion? Stay tuned.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, One World Hygiene.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such feature जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ which is to try these bone conducting headphones or earphones because sometimes what I have noticed is कि जहाँ पे hearing loss की हम बात करते हैं because they use the mechanism of bone conduction आप वहाँ से audio directly अपने inner ear के through सुन सकते हैं. So you can give them a try and then pair the earphones with the TV so that आप directly जो TV में dialogues हैं उनको आप सुन सकते हैं. But sadly, as of now in Android TV, we don't have any such feature of live captions.
Is it safe to leave a pen drive or an SSD in the car during this summer heat?
Ideally, you shouldn't do it. And the simple reason is कि ये जो gadgets हैं, all the electronics जो हम एक laptop की बात करते हैं, let's say talk about
This is the last word and I'm Maria Shakil. The nightmare for medical aspirants who gave Neet just doesn't seem to end. The latest in their saga is the apex court scrapping the scorecards of over 1,500 aspirants. They now have to opt, in fact, they have the option either to take a retest, which is scheduled for 23rd, or the results will be declared minus those grace marks that were given. And the results will be declared, remember, on 30th June. And NEET counselling and seat allocation will begin from the first week of July as is scheduled. Remember, among this set of students are those who struggled with glitches during the exams. They faced the stress of lost time. There were also allegations of paper leaks in Bihar, Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan. Students are agitated, understandably so, and here's what played out through the day in what clearly is appearing to be a big NEET fiasco.
In a decision that has done little to placate NEET candidates across the country, the Supreme Court has accepted the centre's solution to the admission mess. The centre told the court grace marks given to 1,563 NEET undergraduate 2024 candidates for admission to MBBS and BDS will be cancelled. These students have the option of either taking a retest on June 23rd or they can seek admission based on their marks without the grace marks. The court, however, declined to halt the admission counselling process, which will start on July 6th. Retest results will be declared on June 30th. But protests continued in many parts of the country, with NEET candidates and their parents demanding a retest and a probe, alleging that the paper was leaked at certain centres. But the government has denied any paper leak and defended the National Testing Agency, which conducts the NEET undergraduate examination.
पेपर लीक की हमारे पास कोई जानकारी नहीं है. मैंने उस रीट पिटीशन को अनुध्यान कराया.
कोई भी एक भी जगह पे प्रमाण नहीं है। एक एलिगेशन पेपर लीक हुआ है, कहाँ है प्रमाण हुआ है? एक कोई एक दो चीजों की न्यूज आइटम पे अगर प्रमाण आधारित होता है तब कोर्ट उसको विचार करेगी, सरकार अपना पक्ष रखेगी, वो कोर्ट में 8 जुलाई को चर्चा भी होगी। मेरे जितना जानकारी है, नीट एक कॉम्पिटेंट एग्जामिनेशन करने वाला अथॉरिटी बन चुकी है। आने वाले दिनों में सारे प्रकार की शंका संशय को दूर करने के लिए और पारदर्शिता लिया जाएगा, और जो लोग उसमें कहीं ना कहीं एक आधा जगह पे कुछ गड़बड़ी करने का कोशिश कर भी रहे होंगे, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई भी लिया जाएगा।
But far from satisfying the opposition, the government statement sparked off a war of words.
We demand a Supreme Court monitored investigation. The NTA chairperson should be removed from his post.
After the Neet, we are suffering a lot. We don't have doctors in rural areas. The whole health system is suffering because Neet has been brought in.
For Tamil Nadu, that demands exemption from Neet, arguing the exam only favors affluent students who can afford private coaching, denying level playing field for poor, high-scoring rural students. The shoddy Neet results have only bolstered its plea.
Despite the war of words between the government and the opposition, the Supreme Court has endorsed the National Testing Agency's proposal for having a retest. But the big question remains is the trauma for the students who have to reappear for this professional exam. With Sam Daniel in Chennai, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
And joining me now, Vrinda Saroop, a former Secretary of Education Ministry. We also have Sumit Jain, co-founder of Unacademy, and Unacademy, remember, is one of the petitioners in this case. Ashna Jain is a NEET aspirant and Anandi is another NEET aspirant. I'm going to begin with the two aspirants first, Ashna and Anandi. After the Supreme Court's verdict, are you hoping that the entire, the concerns that you had will be addressed? Anandi?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. I think I am very glad with the decision of Supreme Court, and I think that it has given the well-deserved justice that many genuine NEET aspirants needed.
Okay, so you are happy with the verdict. What about you, Ashna? Because there are those in various political parties who are of the opinion that there should be a Supreme Court monitored investigation. Some are also demanding a CBI inquiry.
Ma'am, it is a very satisfactory decision of Supreme Court, but we can't just believe the fact that only 1563 candidates were awarded grace marks, because this data has been made public by NTA, which is the same association which didn't even care to mention grace mark concept in their information bulletin. So I also demand a CBI investigation or a Supreme Court inquiry against NTA that to how many candidates grace marks are awarded, and also re-NEET in some states where paper leak has happened.
Okay, but here was the Education Minister, Ashna, who said that there has been no paper leak, that there is no evidence also to say that there has been paper leak.
Ma'am, FIR copy is there of Bihar Patna that paper leak has happened there, and many students are also being witness of the paper leak. So I don't think that he can just deny the fact that the paper leak hasn't happened.
Okay. Sumit and Vrinda, come in on this. Here are students who have temporary satisfaction that perhaps there'll be transparency, but in the long run, given the nature of questions that have been associated with it, can NEET be foolproof? What exactly is the solution for future? Vrinda?
I think the basic issue is about the credibility of the exam. And the best thing is to avoid controversy, especially in something which is so fiercely competitive and which requires a level playing field and a full confidence of all participants and candidates who apply. So I think any of these controversies set back the credibility of the NTA. And even in the past, we've heard every year some kind of a little bit of a controversy coming on. So I think a real hard look by the NTA should be done, processes streamlined, the competitiveness and the security which is involved with the exam and the exam papers, all that needs to be relooked, and the
Brinda, will you
whole
also
process needs
say
to be done.
that the larger question is also the unanswered set of questions, which includes on what basis were these grace marks given? If the states are saying that there has been paper leak, then how can centre say that there is no evidence of paper leak? So it is playing out at multiple levels. Is this more of a denial?
So I think these are concerns which are coming to the surface, and as a government body, as a body promised to do the fair deal, is for the NTA to really revamp its system, because grace marks, I agree completely, have no place in a competitive examination entrance exam system. So grace marks have no place in this. And if it was done, it's a serious lapse. But anyway, the solutions for this have been found. But I think since you asked in the long run, you have to have a credible system where people have faith that they will be assessed properly and the marks, without any favor to anybody, will be released. So I think it's the systems which need to be restudied and to be made far, far more foolproof. Now, as far as leaks are concerned, Maria, leaks are something which there are ways of stopping that. And when you do large-scale exams like this, especially when there are series of people involved with coaching, etc., and all the complications that it brings, it's not as if the NTA would not know how to handle that.
Okay,
They do it for many other
ma'am, we'll try and
exams.
fix the video frame of yours in just a bit. In the meanwhile, let me bring in Sumit Jain. Sumit, the Supreme Court certainly, coming up with much needed verdict, and all this is happening only after the centre said that it has decided to cancel the scorecards. But everything is happening only post the student agitating, some details coming out in the public domain. Do you think all these events were best avoidable if it could have been handled in a far more responsible way, given the sheer scale at which these exams happen? 24 lakh students appeared this time around.
Yes, definitely. See, this 1563 students is only addressing the grace marks issue, and that is also being told by NTA that these are the students who got grace marks. But there is no proof and there is no external agency which has established that this is correct. So the biggest problem has been that NTA has not supported the inquiry. They have not been very vocal about it. They have not been empathetic about the student sentiments. And there are a lot of issues. Only one issue has been addressed, but we don't know that has it been addressed. Okay. But if you look at the rank inflation, Maria, that the biggest problem is that today somebody getting 630 marks is not getting a government seat. Today somebody getting 650 marks is not getting government seat. 67 people getting 720 marks out of 720 is unheard of. Even a 12th class CBSE exam, which is absolutely not as much competitive, you don't get 100% people, 67 people getting 100%. So it has been a mockery. There has been a lot of inconsistencies. The prestige of NEET exam is at stake. We should not do things in a hurry. Right now, what is happening, we are trying to do things very, very fast. 6th of July, the counselling should not happen. We should have a provision. We should ask every student that have they encountered the delay in their paper. We should receive applications. We should do re-NEET, not just for 1563 students, but for everybody who suffered. We should look at the paper leak thing. We should delay
Sumit,
the counselling.
Tell me, do we know for the fact that there are only these 67 students who got grace marks?
So these 67 students did not get the grace marks. Out of 67, 44 students actually got 720 out of 720. 6 students got the grace marks because of time, and 17 students got the grace marks because of wrong question of physics. So this 1563 students, everybody does not have 720 marks, right?
Okay, but Ashna had a point. Ashna, who is an aspirant, she says that she doesn't really believe that there was a limited number of 1,500 students who should be taking a retest because they got grace marks. She is of the opinion that there could be many more.
That is true. That is exactly what I'm saying, that you don't expect a student who is studying physics, chemistry, biology to go to the court after the NEET exam happened, right? There are people in farther areas. There are people who are not very, don't have the right means or right knowledge or right ability to do that. So these some students who have reached to the High Court. Then there was an investigation. 6 centers were found having this glitch, but I think there could be more. And that's what the government should actually invite. The Supreme Court should invite any NEET student to come out, fill a petition. Like we got 50,000 students filling up a petition with an academy. So the issue is definitely not 1563 students, Maria. It is a lot bigger.
It's certainly a lot more, because if students like Ashna and Anandi do not have faith in the system, then they are also concerned about their future. Ashna, what next for you?
Ma'am, the paper leak matter should be investigated, and the database of NDA should be checked, that only 1563 students are awarded grace marks, or there are more students.
So who should check the database?
CBI investigation or the Supreme Court itself, because these are the institutions which I have faith in.
You don't have faith in NTA?
No, not now.
Okay.
After all this.
Okay, so, Vrinda, this is a concern. Here is an aspirant who doesn't have faith in the institution. And how will she take the exams then? And why should she believe the marks that is coming from this institution then?
So look, there has to be an agency to conduct these exams. You can't get away from that. But the point that I'm making is that agency needs to improve its systems.
It has to be above board.
Yes, it has to be above board. It has to command credibility in the system. And the precursor of this was the CBSE, which had been conducting this for a very long time. And this has morphed into an NTA setup. There's nothing wrong with that. It's because it's becoming more and more competitive, it needs a special agency. That point is valid. But this agency needs to create a lot of credibility. And it has to streamline and keep reinventing systems by, today technology allows you to be foolproof in the way you conduct such mass, competitive, fiercely contested exams. So you have to be above
So
board.
what will you be telling Ashna and Anandi right now?
So I would say that, in this particular incident, there is already intervention by the Honorable Supreme Court, and the government has been alerted by young people like her and others who back them. So this is going to be a focus for this year to improve. But in the long run, we should be able to see the change, and students like Ashna and all the competitors would have faith and must be able to interrogate that faith and see that everything is above board.
Yes,
so NTA has to step up and really work hard.
Yes, because Sumit, if students are busy protesting and not, because they realize that a system has failed them, and they have to, if they want to be a doctor, then this is the only way out. It is not about any state exams that was there, say, 10 years ago. So they have to be given a solution. The solution cannot be that only 2 students got grace marks, which is completely unbelievable. They don't believe it. When you have states filing FIRs, and here is the center saying that there has been no paper leak, these are contradictory statements.
100%, Maria, that this is, whatever has happened has resulted into the loss of trust, confidence, and conviction on NTA and the NEET exam, which is a very, very big problem, not just for this year, also the coming years. What are we telling our students, our future doctors, who are going to treat you and me? Will we have a trust on that student that has the person cleared an examination which was credible? So we must address and acknowledge the issue, must fix it, not in a hurry. Don't try to put a deadline of 23rd June, 30th of June, 6th of July. This is beyond my understanding. Why are people trying to fast track the entire process? What is the hurry? Supreme Court has a directive that before 1st of September, all the medical colleges have to accept the students. And in some cases, it can be extended till 30th of September. So counseling can be done in August. We have the time. We should take 8th of July. There is a hearing by Supreme Court again. Absolutely does not make sense for us to do a counseling on 6th of July and then give seats to the students and then take seats back. See, it is like we are just making the problem more complicated. We should tell the students, please don't worry, sit at home. We are working on it. We will fix your problem. The problem has been that NTA has not been vocal about it. They have been trying to hide the issues. Still, they try to solve the issue, which is partly 1563 students, which is grace marks issue. They have still not solved that how can somebody at 650 rank get a 30,000 rank, which the person got 7,000 rank last year. They said that competition is higher. See, there are only 14% students, more students this year, and the paper has become 10% easier. The inflation could have been 25% higher. It is 400% higher. Like, I am speechless. It requires a thorough investigation, and we must do it.
Yes, absolutely. Anandi, a word from you before we end this discussion. What are your plans now?
I'll now review like what colleges I can apply for by analyzing the last year's data. But because of such issues, even my rank has shifted behind a lot. Like, I have scored 644, and according to last year's data, my rank should be around 26,000, but this year it is 34,000, around 34,000.
That's
So
a
I would
huge
have to
concern.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anandi, Ashna, Sumit and Brinda for joining us. And joining us now for an exclusive conversation is Kani Mori, Member of Parliament of the DMK and also the head of the DMK Parliamentary Party. Ma'am, really appreciate your time here on NDTV. Your party has been protesting, and you in particular have been raising the issue since 2017. It has certainly become a political hot button, not just in Tamil Nadu but all over India. Today, after the Supreme Court's intervention, a much needed correction has happened. Do you think this is the step in the right direction?
Yes, the Supreme Court has given a small respite to the students, around 1,500 students, who lost their marks because of problems with the QR code and because they did not get enough time to finish their answer paper. But DMK stand is much more than that. We want exemption from Neet. We are not talking, because there is many issues and many problems, like they have multiple question papers, and some question papers are very difficult, some are quite easy. Students from different parts of the country, have to answer these question papers, which are very difficult, and they feel they've lost out because of these multiple question papers, and they feel wronged. Even in my constituency, around 1,500 students are suffering this year because of these multiple question papers. So it's a very complicated and a problem for most of the students. So I think Tamil Nadu government and our Chief Minister has passed a resolution in the Assembly, so with the support of most of the political parties in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, and sent it to the Union government. And I think it is still pending with the President for approval.
Okay. Talking about this particular, because we are looking at NEET UG examinations of 2024, the Union Education Minister, in fact, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, who addressed press conference just a couple of hours ago, ma'am, has said that there is no evidence of paper leak. And he has also asserted that the Education Ministry will try and ensure transparency going forward. Then why continue to demand scrapping altogether?
This is not actually an eligibility test. It is it's more convenient for any eligibility or entrant examinations. I think people who benefit more are students from cities, because they can go to coaching classes, and it is the affluent actually who benefit out of these exams, and students from rural areas, students who cannot afford to go for coaching classes, they find it very difficult